Chapter 1, Prologue. A crack shattered the silence of the forest. A man appeared between the trees, as if the cold mist drifting between the trunks had breathed him into existence. Summer was nearly upon them, and yet the night was bitterly cold, as though the seasons themselves wished to make clear that this was no ordinary night, that tonight marked the beginning of a fateful new era. The man, tall and thin, walked towards the house nestled among the trees until his legs gave way and he was forced to sit. Leaning back against the rickety fence, he struggled to breathe. The forest air was crisp and clean, and yet it felt like inhaling smoke. Fear, anger, and hatred pressed heavily on his chest. He couldn't quite process the events of the night. He didn't want to. A beam of light sliced through the mist, blinding the man, who raised a bony hand to shield his eyes. "Who's there?" called a familiar voice from the darkness. "It's just me," he replied hoarsely. He had hoped his voice wouldn't tremble, but he couldn't stop it. "Padfoot," his old friend said with concern, lowering his wand. "You shouldn't have apparated. What happened? Is it Harry?" Sirius tried to make some clever remark about how Remus always worried needlessly, but he couldn't get the words to come out right. "Let's talk inside," he said at last, rising to his feet. Remus led him in without asking questions. "Tea," he offered. He tightened his robe and ran his fingers through his brown hair as he placed the kettle above the kitchen hearth. Sirius suddenly realized it was the early hours of the morning. Actually, got anything stronger. Remus abandoned the kettle without a word, summoned a bottle of fire whiskey from one of the cupboards, and poured it into 2 glass tumblers. One of them floated over to Sirius, and only when he grabbed it did he realize his hand was shaking. He downed the drink in a single gulp and turned to look around the house, searching for something to distract him from his nervous energy. It only made things worse. The cluttered table, the fire crackling in the hearth, the open book and blanket draped over the sofa, all of it screamed homeliness, and home was something that had felt foreign to Sirius ever since he'd fled. It made him feel like an intruder. "Padfoot, tell me what happened," Remus asked, gentle and careful as always. Sirius could only imagine how disturbing his appearance must be, standing in the middle of the kitchen, staring around like he'd dropped from the moon. He said, "Voldemort is back." All the color drained from Remus's face. It was his turn now to drain his glass in one go. "Are you sure?" he asked, though it was a stupid question. This wasn't the sort of thing one joked about. Sirius gave a heavy nod. Then, slowly, he began to recount everything to Remus. How he had snuck into Hogwarts to watch the third task, how he'd started to worry when Harry and the other Hogwarts champion didn't emerge from the maze, how Harry had finally returned, carrying the other boy's body. And then, with his heart pounding, he told of Harry's account, how Wormtail had murdered the other boy, how Voldemort had risen from the cauldron, and then challenged Harry to a duel, knowing full well the boy stood no chance. Then he came to the part where the figures of Lily and James had appeared, and his voice broke. Remus sank into a nearby chair. "Somehow they helped him escape," Sirius finished, staring into his empty glass. "They spoke to him." He ran a hand down his face, begging himself not to fall apart. "Anyway, he's at Hogwarts now. Madame Pomfrey says he'll be all right." Remus nodded, though both of them knew that wasn't entirely true. Harry probably wouldn't be all right, not any time soon. They refilled their glasses and drank in silence. There was nothing to say. Sirius didn't know what Remus was feeling. After all, he'd lived in a world without war all this time, but to Sirius, it felt like the last war had never ended. As if those 12 years had been a void in time, and on the other side of it was only more pain. There had been no peace. Perhaps for someone like him, an escaped convict, it didn't really change much. Maybe it just added more names to his list of enemies. But for Harry, it changed everything. And Sirius, who had sworn on the day Harry was born to always protect him, had failed to keep that promise. He couldn't accept the injustice of it all. It wasn't fair that, after Lily and James had given their lives to defeat him, Voldemort should live on. It wasn't fair that Harry should be dragged into it all. You couldn't have stopped it, Remus said, as if reading his mind. He'd always had a knack for knowing exactly what Sirius was thinking. That doesn't make up for it, Sirius replied darkly, finishing his third drink. He didn't know how to cope with the guilt and the self-loathing. He'd failed Harry again, failed to protect him, again left him alone to face pain and fear. Remus opened his mouth to say something comforting, to try and quiet Sirius's guilt with his relentless logic, but Sirius didn't want to be comforted. He felt he deserved to suffer, that he still needed to be punished for the terrible mistake he'd made nearly 14 years ago, and for everything that had happened since. He didn't want Remus to comfort him, especially not when he hadn't yet forgiven himself for once believing Remus could be the traitor. No matter how many times they'd agreed it was behind them, Sirius hadn't forgotten, and he hadn't forgiven himself. He filled the silence by passing on the task Dumbledore had given him, to begin gathering the Order of the Phoenix once more. Remus nodded in agreement, though his face looked exhausted. He seemed to have aged 10 years overnight. Ready for round 2, Sirius said bitterly, and Remus let out a bark of laughter. Yes, how kind of him to give us 14 years off. They both laughed, though it wasn't really funny. I wish Lily and James were here, Sirius said suddenly, sorrowfully. Ever since Harry had told him he'd seen them, he hadn't been able to stop thinking about them. Me too, Remus replied, pouring them a final drink. The sun was beginning to rise, washing the world in a pale, sorrowful light. Remus looked very old, and Sirius dreaded to think how old he himself must appear. He would have given anything to return to their youth, to change everything, or at the very least, to have appreciated what they'd had while they had it. Remus raised his glass. Sirius mirrored him. To Harry Potter. They drank, and then braced themselves to face the new day, the first day of the war. Chapter 2. Resurrection. James Potter was an avid newspaper reader. Nothing interesting ever happened in the small town where he lived with his wife and daughter, and to be honest, not much happened anywhere else in the U.S. either, but he always made a point of thoroughly reading any newspaper that came his way, as if expecting some groundbreaking news that never came. That day was no different. While his partner chatted with the diner cook where they regularly ate lunch, he sipped his coffee absent-mindedly and browsed through the local paper. He knew nothing noteworthy had occurred in recent weeks. He was a cop, after all. Yet he skimmed the headlines as if searching for something he wouldn't recognize even if he saw it. He paused over a picture in an article about the local scouts, a group of boys and girls frozen mid-wave at the camera. It wasn't the first time he thought newspapers would be a lot more interesting if the pictures moved. He often had ideas like that, popping up when he was focused on something else or just drifting off to sleep. What if cars and motorcycles could fly? What if ghosts were real, but just invisible to people? His daughter always loved hearing the stories he made up, and his partner Matthew used to tell him he was wasted as a cop and should quit and go write screenplays in Hollywood. He always dismissed the suggestion. It sounded ridiculous to him. He was just another guy who enjoyed living a simple life in this quiet corner of the world, with no reason at all to try living another life or leave the town where he was born and raised. He was happy. There was no reason to leave. But the person who loved his ideas the most was his wife. Lily loved hearing his wild thoughts when they were driving together or lying side by side in bed. Unlike other people, she didn't laugh at them. They fascinated and comforted her, as if her husband was reminding her of some long-forgotten memories. The ideas were silly. Sometimes James was even embarrassed to say them out loud. But even in her darkest times, even on the days when sadness threatened to overwhelm her, they brought a smile to Lily's face, and her smile was worth everything to him. Hey, you listening, Jay? Matthew poked his shoulder, pulling his attention away from an article about the upcoming mayoral election. James looked up, folding the newspaper. The date blared from the front page, June 23rd, 1995. Nick's girlfriend's pregnant, his younger partner said, referring to the cook, who looked even paler than usual. Oh, congratulations. I don't know, the cook Nick said. We don't know if we're keeping it. We're not married, and we're both still living at home. You're thinking of giving it up for adoption? James asked, and for some reason the thought unsettled him. The idea of parents abandoning their child disturbed and repulsed him. Don't do it, he said firmly, before the younger man could respond. That's your kid. If you leave him with someone else, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. The cook looked surprised by the passion in his voice. Matthew said, No need to get worked up. They haven't decided anything yet. Fine, James said slowly, though he didn't feel like he'd gotten worked up at all. I'm just saying what I think. There's nothing more important than family. Suddenly, the cook asked, You and Mrs. Potter, did you ever give a child up for adoption or something? What? Of course not, James replied a little too sharply. Why would you think that? Before the cook could answer, James and Matthew got a call over the radio and had to abandon their lunch and rush back to their patrol car. When they arrived at the scene, it turned out to be a false alarm. An elderly and nearsighted woman had spotted her gardener through the window and thought he was a burglar. But the distraction was enough to make James forget all about the charged conversation at the diner. The strange pain in his chest that arose at the thought of a black-haired baby abandoned by his parents vanished completely. After all, he didn't even know how he was supposed to feel. He and Lily had only one daughter, and they had never had another baby. The day ended uneventfully, and in the afternoon James returned home. A spring sun still shone over the town, even though it was nearly evening, and the air was warm and sweet. Summer was at the doorstep, his favorite season. 3 months of long, warm days before he'd have to contend again with autumn's creeping darkness, which always seemed to cast a shadow over their family. He parked his truck in the driveway, holstered his gun, and slammed the door behind him, feeling especially cheerful and carefree at the thought of returning home to his family. His hand was on the doorknob when the door opened from the inside. Standing there was Severus Snape, Lily's longtime friend from college. He was a man James's age, tall and thin, with shoulder-length black hair. In his gaunt face, a hooked nose stood out, along with a pair of dark, calculating eyes that always made James feel like he was under a microscope. As usual, Snape wore a black suit with shiny black shoes, and even though it was warm, he had on a long black coat. Snape lived in Seattle, so Lily had told him, and whenever he had free time, he would come visit his old friend for lunch. James's police buddies were always surprised. He wasn't bothered by the fact that his wife had a male friend, but he would shrug and say he didn't feel threatened by this Severus Snape at all. Lily had chosen him, built a family with him, and lived happily with him. Snape was just a footnote. But privately, James had to admit there was something about the man that deeply unsettled him, like an invisible weight hung between them, as if they'd known each other in a past life and hadn't liked each other much. James, Snape said in that weird, formal British tone that always characterized him. Save, James replied. That's what Lily called him. Snape gave a stiff nod and brushed past James on his way out. James watched him go. He walked toward the street, even though there were no parked cars, and turned left. James turned to go inside, curious, but got distracted by a neighbor who'd just come out to turn on his sprinklers and waved hello. He waved back, and when he looked toward the street again, Snape was gone. He looked both ways, but saw no sign of any passing car. Confused and a little uneasy, James stepped into the house. The familiar scent and warmth of home wrapped around him the moment he entered, and for a moment he forgot all about Snape and his strange disappearance. The evening sun lit up the family photos in the hallway and the old, comfortable couches in the living room, casting the white walls in gold. James took off his police jacket and walked to the kitchen, where the water was running. He stood in the doorway for a moment, watching the scene before him with love. Lily stood with her back to him at the sink, wearing jeans and a floral blouse with the sleeves rolled up, washing dishes and humming a tune. Her reddish-brown hair was tied up in a loose, charming bun and glinted orange and gold in the setting sun. They'd been married nearly 16 years, and yet to James, she was as beautiful as the day they met. He walked up behind her. She'd heard him come in and wrapped his arms around her. She smiled and turned her head so he could kiss her. The motion was simple and natural, like breathing. "Hey," he said softly. "Hey," she replied, in the voice he loved so much, looking at him with her beautiful green eyes. "How was your day?" "Good," he said, not even thinking about the diner conversation. "Yours?" "Also good," Lily answered, turning back to the dishes. She was a middle school teacher. "Save came by." "Yeah, I saw," he said, hiding his displeasure. He didn't want Lily thinking he had a problem with Snape. He let go of her and leaned against the counter. "Say, what kind of car does he drive?" "I didn't know you were into cars," she teased, slipping into the playful tone they used in their younger years. It was a habit they sometimes revived when they were alone. But when she saw he wasn't joking, she said, "I don't know. Why?" "I just didn't see any car parked on the street," James replied, suddenly realizing he'd never actually seen Snape driving. "He probably took a taxi all the way to Seattle. Maybe he's catching a flight." James said she was probably right and didn't press further, but the question still lingered. He couldn't shake the feeling, an itch he sometimes felt when investigating a crime, that something wasn't quite right. He showered, changed out of his uniform, and went to look for his daughter. He found Emily in the backyard, practicing her basketball shots. Emily was their only child, and the next day she would turn 11. James still couldn't quite believe it. He felt like it was only yesterday she was a tiny, helpless bundle yawning in her mother's arms, and now she could beat him at basketball. Time, he thought, worked in strange ways. Emily had inherited James's black hair and dark eyes, though she didn't need glasses, and Lily's fair, freckled skin. In most things, she was like her dad. She loved sports, always looked for adventure, and sometimes thought it was okay to bend the rules. Lily blamed James for their daughter's tendency to get into trouble, and he had to admit guilt. He'd gotten into plenty of trouble himself as a kid, but he always said Lily's strong sense of justice had a role too. Emily never did something wrong unless she truly believed it was the right thing to do. She aimed and threw a perfect arc toward the hoop. James jumped to block it, but the ball flew just past his fingertips and into the net. "Lucky shot," he teased, not without pride. "Best out of 3, she challenged. Despite having clearly played for a while, she was excited to face off against her dad. Loose black hairs curled around her sweat-dampened face. Her hair, like his, tended to stick out in all directions, and her freckled cheeks were flushed and glowing. She looked so happy. It warmed James's heart. "Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you," he said, knowing full well she'd probably beat him again. They played until dusk, when Lily called them in for dinner. Emily made one last shot, winning the second game, and they walked inside, the ball tucked under James's arm. "The new school has a girls' basketball team," Emily said. She was starting middle school in September. "Do you think I'll make it? There'll be older girls there." "I'm sure you'll make it," James said. "You even beat me, and I didn't go easy on you." "Dad," Emily said, a flicker of insecurity on her face. "I'm kidding. You'll be great, Em," James said, pride swelling inside him. She looked a little more confident. Throughout dinner, Emily couldn't stop talking about the family camping trip planned for the next day for her birthday. James did his best to answer all her many questions, explaining repeatedly, much to her disappointment, that there were no tigers in Olympic National Park. All through dinner, Lily was unusually quiet. James tried to catch her gaze, but it was like she was thousands of miles away, hearing and seeing nothing. To his relief, Emily didn't seem to notice her mother's behavior as she described how the scouts had taught them to identify bear tracks. After dinner, Emily rushed to her room to finish packing, and James stayed to do the dishes while Lily went to shower. He finished quickly and hurried to their room, entering just as Lily emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, drying her hair. "You okay?" he asked gently, sensing her somber mood. "Yes," she replied. He didn't expect another answer and knew it wasn't honest. She must have seen it on his face because she added, "Really, James, I'm just thinking." James nodded, not pressing for more. He knew his wife well, maybe better than anyone, and knew there was no clear explanation for the darkness that sometimes clouded her heart. It had started right after Emily was born. During the day, she would break down in tears without warning. At night, she would fall asleep from exhaustion and talk in her sleep, crying out to a faceless figure and begging for mercy. "Please, no, not him. Take me instead." Worried sick, James had taken her to the best doctors. They all gave the same diagnosis: postpartum depression. The young couple accepted the explanation, and James gave up on his dream of a big family with many children. He couldn't bear the thought of seeing his wife in that state again. But the darkness never fully left her. It tended to come in the fall, but sometimes it would show up out of nowhere. It worried him, but he knew it always passed eventually, and he'd get his smiling wife back. He stepped toward her, and she closed the distance, letting him hold her tight. "Do you ever get that feeling," she whispered, "like something bad is about to happen?" He pulled back to look at her face. A strange, frozen expression had taken over her features. He kissed her, trying to erase it, and to his relief, it worked. "Everything will be fine," he said, brushing his thumb across the pale freckles on her cheek. "There aren't really bears in the camp. I only said that so Emily won't go looking for trouble." Lily laughed suddenly. The sound warmed James's heart. He kissed her again, filled with a rising sense of optimism, a feeling that as long as they were together, nothing could stand in their way, not even the darkness. They set off before the sun had risen, the car's boot packed with camping gear, and in the back seat, an excited Emily couldn't stop yawning. They left the town and began driving along the deserted road that led to the motorway, flanked on both sides by fields stretching from horizon to horizon. James glanced over at Lily as the first light began to appear in the sky, pleased to see she looked far more at ease than she had the previous evening. She felt his gaze and smiled at him, placing her hand on his knee. He couldn't relate to the ominous prophecy they had heard the night before. He felt it in his bones. This was going to be a wonderful day. The sky was pink, and the rest of the world seemed very dark. His head began to ache. He drank a little water, convinced it was just fatigue, but the pain only worsened, pounding in his temples with unbearable intensity. He began to brake, intending to pull over, but before he could stop, he felt as if he were being flung out of his own body, and darkness enveloped him. The next thing he remembered was wind. A strong wind struck him from every direction, as though he were standing atop a very high mountain. But he wasn't cold. He didn't feel anything, as if all his limbs had gone numb. It was very dark. He tried to strain his eyes to see his surroundings, and they gradually began to lighten around him. A starry night sky, solid shadows encircling him, people. And in the distance, the lights of a small town. As the picture came into focus, he realized he was standing in a graveyard, and dark figures surrounded him on all sides. Between him and them was a barrier, a web of golden light. He tried to remember what had happened, but couldn't. It was as though the past was a gaping black void. He tried to recall his name. Only when he looked to the side and recognized Lily did he remember who he was, though he still couldn't recall what had brought him to this place. He tried to look down at his body, but saw nothing. Was he dreaming? He tried to speak to Lily, to cling to something familiar, but she didn't seem to hear him over the roar of the wind. She was transfixed by the scene before her face awash with confusion and astonishment. James looked and saw what she was seeing: two wizards, a golden thread of magic linking their wands, locked in a struggle. He couldn't understand what was happening or why he was there, when suddenly the realization hit him. He suddenly knew who they were and why they were fighting. Voldemort. He looked different than the last time James had seen him, but there was no mistaking it. It was him. His rage-filled face was pale and elongated, almost serpentine, and his eyes were blood-red. Still, James recognized him. He recognized his killer. He couldn't comprehend it. He was dead. Voldemort had murdered him that night. He had accepted death with open arms, and yet here he was. He didn't feel dead. He knew he was alive. He was disconnected from his body in that moment, unable to recall what had happened. But he knew he was alive. He was aware of his unconscious body in the front seat of the car that had veered into the ditch at the roadside. The person Voldemort was dueling, who was he? James tried to move to get a better look, to see his face. The boy noticed him and stared back with wide eyes, as if seeing a ghost. He had green eyes, Lily's eyes, but his face was James's own, from his youth. Harry, how could he have forgotten him? How had they forgotten him? He looked at Lily, realizing she was just as stunned to see their little boy, who had become a young man overnight. Only it hadn't happened overnight. He was beginning to understand that years had passed. He was beginning to understand that something had happened to him that night. Somehow he hadn't died, but had lost all his memories, and somehow he had managed to begin an entirely new life with Lily on the other side of the world. They had had another child and lived out some story someone had spun for them, as though their previous life had never existed. As though Harry had never existed. He urged himself to focus on what was happening. There was no time to dwell on what had been or drown in guilt, not now. Harry was in danger, and he needed their help. Chapter 3: Awakening. Emily Potter had never been as frightened as she was that morning, when her parents' car veered off the road and crashed into the ditch at the roadside. She screamed, and for several moments was too confused to do anything. The impact with the ground had jolted her violently, even though she was strapped in, and the world filled with smoke and the sharp scent of fuel. By the time she became fully aware again, much of the smoke had drifted away in the breeze, and the only thing she could register was that her parents were slumped lifelessly in the front seats. She didn't know how much time had passed. "Dad, Mom," she called, her voice cracking with terror. They didn't move. She tried to reach her father's shoulder, but the seatbelt wouldn't let her. With great effort, Emily managed to unbuckle herself and crawl out of the wrecked vehicle into the ditch. Her legs trembled violently. The world was deathly silent. No cars passed on the road, no workers were visible in the fields, not even birdsong broke the hush. Only the sun continued to climb lazily through the clear sky, as if nothing had happened. Her parents still didn't move, hanging in their seatbelts like a pair of puppets. They didn't appear injured, so why weren't they waking up? Could they be? No, Emily told herself, refusing to give in to the tears of fear and helplessness that threatened to fill her eyes. They're not dead. They're okay. They're just hurt and need her help. She had to be brave. She just needed to find a way to call for help. A loud crack startled her so much she screamed. For a moment she was certain the smoking car had exploded, but nothing of the sort had happened. She spun around, searching for the source of the noise, and was alarmed to see that she was no longer alone. A man, around her parents' age, was standing with her in the ditch. He wore a long, strange black coat with silver embroidery at the hem and cuffs. Maybe he was an actor in a medieval play, and his long black hair hung over a face as pale as chalk. Suddenly, Emily realized she knew him. This was Save, her mother's friend. He had visited them only the day before, quiet and formal as always. How had he got there so suddenly? Before she could ask him one of the dozens of questions now rushing through her mind, he had already stepped past her without a word and peered through the driver's window at Emily's unconscious parents. Abruptly, he pulled a thin wooden stick from his sleeve and tapped the car door, which swung open at his command, as if by magic. And if that wasn't strange enough, another wave of the stick made her parents' seatbelts release, and they floated out of their seats into the air. It had to be a prank, Emily suddenly realized. Her parents were playing a trick on her. It must have been Dad's idea, she told herself. Only he would come up with something so crazy. "All right, I get it," she said to her parents. "You got me. You can stop now." They didn't respond. Emily kept waiting for them to wake up and shout, "Surprise!" But it never came. Both of them looked extremely pale, like ghosts. Tears welled in her eyes. "Say something." "They can't hear you," Save told her sternly. "What's wrong with them?" she demanded, starting to panic. "And how did you get here? How are you doing all this?" Before she could finish the question, Save grabbed her shoulder in a sudden motion. An instant later, a strange pulling sensation yanked deep in her stomach, as if a hook were dragging her through a very narrow tube. Before she could make sense of the feeling, she was standing in her own living room. She spun around in astonishment, unable to process what had just happened. Maybe she was dreaming. That was the only explanation that made sense. She pinched herself, but it didn't help. "You're not dreaming," Save said in that same monotone, emotionless voice, while expertly guiding Emily's parents through the air. He laid her mother down gently on the large sofa, and her father, rather less gently, onto the rug at its foot. There they lay, unmoving, asleep. "How are you doing this?" she asked again. Could it be that Save had some sort of supernatural powers? A silly thought. And yet, "I have to go," he said firmly. He spoke without looking at her, just as he always had. It had always given Emily the impression that her mother's friend didn't like her. And yet, every time he visited, he brought her presents, even after she was too old for such things. "Your mother will explain everything," he said coolly. He pulled a carved wooden box from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table, then with another sharp crack, he vanished. Emily ran to where he just stood, waving her arms as if searching for strings or tricks that could explain the illusion, but there was nothing. He was simply gone. Her next step was to check on her parents again. She shook them hard, called to them loudly, but couldn't wake them. Her only comfort was that they were definitely alive. Her mother's eyes twitched beneath closed lids, and her father moved his lips as if speaking to someone. After accepting that she wouldn't be able to rouse them, Emily approached the box Save had left behind. Hoping for some kind of explanation, she opened it. Inside, on a bed of red silk, lay two carved wooden sticks, like the one Save had used. Wands. Emily sank onto the coffee table, forgetting that her mother always scolded her for doing that. She reached out to touch one of the wands, the longer, darker, shinier one, and drew her hand back immediately when she felt a stinging jolt at her fingertips. Despite this, she gathered her courage and picked it up, holding it with her whole hand. It felt as though lightning surged from the wood through her entire body, making her hair stand on end. She quickly placed the wand back in the box and slammed the lid shut, looking at her parents. The sun had already risen, flooding the room with bright light that only made Lily and James Potter's pallor more striking. Suddenly, they looked much older than they were. Like any child, there had been a time when Emily believed fairy tales were real. She had gone through a phase where she believed in magic, dragons, and unicorns. Her parents never paid it much mind, and she too had grown out of it, realizing those beliefs were a bit silly. She was too old to play pretend. But now she began to remember that when she was very small, she'd believed she had special powers. She had believed she could do magic, and she had proof to back it up. The black cat that had leapt into the classroom and caused chaos just when she hadn't done her homework. The soda bottle that exploded in the face of an older girl who bullied her on the basketball court. The time she got lost on a family trip and suddenly found herself right next to their car again, plus many more. Back then, she liked to think she had powers she could rely on in times of trouble. But as she grew up, those strange events stopped, and she told herself she'd imagined the magic to explain things she couldn't understand. But now, it didn't seem so ridiculous to think that maybe, just maybe, magic could be real. She didn't know how long had passed before the crack sounded again. She leapt to her feet. Save had returned, this time appearing calmer and more collected than before, and with him came an old man. A very old man, possibly the oldest person Emily had ever seen. but he didn't look feeble or confused the way old people usually did. He was very thin but stood upright, and his bright eyes burned with a fire that was almost frightening. If Emily had ever needed to imagine what a wizard looked like, it would be this man exactly. Long white beard, purple velvet robes, and a matching hat. The old wizard looked over Emily's unconscious parents, then turned his gaze to her. The look in his eyes scared her. He seemed angry, and at the same time so emotional he was barely holding back tears. "They've had another child?" he asked. It took Emily a moment to realize he wasn't speaking to her, but to Save. "Yes," Save answered very quietly. Emily thought this was probably the first time he had ever looked her directly in the eyes. "Emily, she's 11 today." The old man took a wheezy breath and then straightened, as if shaking off sudden weakness. Then he smiled at Emily, a small, pained but genuine smile. She had never known her grandparents, but she had the feeling that if she had, this is how they would have looked at her. "We haven't much time," he said after a moment, turning back to her parents. He drew his own wand, long and nearly white, and leaned down to press its tip to Lily's forehead. She woke instantly. "No, Harry," she screamed, startling Emily, and sat bolt upright as if to leap off the sofa. Save was beside her in a flash, gently pressing her back into a sitting position. She stared at him, wide-eyed. "Save, how?" Her eyes landed on the old man. "Professor Dumbledore." "Good to see you again, Lily," the old man, Dumbledore, said gently. "Please call me Albus. I haven't been your teacher in quite some time." Emily's mother looked from one man to the other, then at her husband lying on the floor, and finally at Emily, who now realized she was on the verge of tears. Her mother tried to stand, but Save stopped her again. Instead, Emily ran into her arms, letting her mother hold her tightly. Only then did she realize how truly scared she'd been over the past few hours. "What happened to us?" she heard her mother ask, her voice trembling in a way that made Emily tremble too. "What happened to Harry? Tell me he's all right." "He's safe," Dumbledore assured her. "Severus will explain everything. I'm as confused as you are, Lily, but we'll need you to be ready to restrain James if necessary. We fear he won't take this as well as you." For some reason, Emily's mother looked at Save. Emily herself couldn't get the sound of her mother's scream out of her mind and had no idea how anyone could react worse than that. Lily nodded. Dumbledore pressed the tip of his wand to James's forehead. He too woke with a jolt, as though doused in cold water. But he didn't scream. He only gasped sharply, as if surfacing from underwater. He looked around, tried to speak, but no sound came, tried to stand, but collapsed back onto the rug. "Don't get up. You've been through an ordeal, my boy," Dumbledore said, but James didn't seem to hear him. "You did this," he shouted at Save, who was still standing beside Emily and her mother. Save didn't react to the accusation. He merely withdrew the hand that had rested on Lily's shoulder. "I don't know how, but it was you. All these years, I knew something was off." "Yes, it was me," Save interrupted coldly. Emily had never heard such venom in a voice. "And I'd suggest you be grateful, Potter. I saved your lives." Emily couldn't believe it, but her father was struck speechless. He looked between Save and his wife, who was now intently studying Emily's hair, and shook his head in disbelief. Then he looked up at the old wizard and demanded, "Did you know about this?" "No, I did not," Dumbledore replied passionately. "Like everyone else in the wizarding world, I believed you were dead." Emily stared between her parents in shock. Dead. "Perhaps Emily should wait in the kitchen," Dumbledore suggested. "No, it's all right," Emily's mother said firmly. She didn't seem willing to let go of Emily, and Emily was glad of that. "We'll have to tell her sooner or later." Her father tried to stand again, and this time succeeded. "What happened, Dumbledore?" he asked desperately. "The Fidelius charm was supposed to protect us. What went wrong? What happened to Harry?" "Who's Harry?" Emily, growing more and more confused, asked. Everyone looked at her, but no one seemed eager to answer. "It was Peter," Lily said suddenly. No, her husband replied at once, staring at her almost pleadingly. He was still very pale, as if ill, and the look didn't suit him at all. He wouldn't betray us. I'm sorry, Dumbledore said gravely, but that's what happened. We suspected a spy among us. It was him. James ran a hand through his messy hair, and then, without warning, swore loudly. Their TV screen shattered. Emily jumped, but couldn't tear her eyes away from the frightening scene. Her father kept cursing, covering his face with one hand and clutching his glasses with the other, until her mother called out shakily for him to restrain himself. I'm sorry, he said, voice tight. Emily had never seen her father so angry. I'm sorry, Lily, Emily. Emily didn't know why he was apologizing to her, but it made her feel very sad. You couldn't have known, her mother, who clearly understood better than Emily why he was sorry, said. I should have known, he insisted. I should never have trusted him. We agreed to trust only Sirius, and I broke that agreement. We made that decision together, Lily said firmly. But Merlin Remus. He was never the spy, Dumbledore confirmed. That's what Wormtail wanted us to think, James said suddenly, and looked ready to shout again. He used Remus's absence to make us suspect him, and then he got us to make him the secret keeper. We underestimated him, Lily said bitterly, uncharacteristically so. What happened next? James asked, glaring at Save. Voldemort found us. He killed me. How? I don't know, Save said. What do you mean you don't know? James shouted, ready to lunge. His wife shot him a warning look. I don't know why you didn't die, Save explained, speaking of it with a near-frightening detachment. Emily still couldn't understand what was going on. I only know that I was the first to arrive at your house after he disappeared. You were both alive, but only just. You were in some kind of coma, like today. I still didn't understand what had happened. I didn't know he'd been defeated. He was defeated, James interrupted, but we saw him. Patience, James, said Dumbledore, clearly unsettled but trying hard not to show it. Go on, Severus. I didn't know he'd been defeated, Snape continued evenly. I couldn't understand why he hadn't managed to kill the boy. He glanced then at Emily's mother, who sat stiff as a statue, her lips pressed into a thin line and her eyes barely blinking. But I didn't believe he was dead. I knew that whatever the reason for his disappearance, he would never stop hunting you, not as long as the boy lived. So I cast a memory charm on you and took you away to a place where I could try to heal you. Later, when you were no longer in danger, I made plans to relocate you far away and make you believe you were Muggles. I knew it was only a matter of time before he returned to try and kill you again, and I knew he would never find you if you left the wizarding world. Silence followed the end of the tale. Emily's father looked at Snape as if ready to strangle him, and her mother's face bore the same vacant, shocked expression. Dumbledore looked as though he was weighing the story carefully. Emily wanted to ask the dozens of questions now racing through her mind. Snape was a wizard. Who was Voldemort? Which boy was he talking about? But she had a strong feeling this wasn't the time to interrupt. Rubeus Hagrid and Sirius Black arrived at the scene shortly after, Dumbledore said after a pause. They saw the bodies of Lily and James Potter. There was a funeral. I attended it. I saw them buried. How did you do it? A simple transfiguration spell, Snape explained coolly. It was a risk, but I knew their loved ones would be too distraught to notice the difference. I was right. Everyone was either too grief-stricken or too focused on the boy's future to spot the illusion. You never cease to amaze me, Severus, Dumbledore said, with a trace of pride. You even fooled me. Snape looked as if he was about to reply when Emily's mother suddenly asked, her voice trembling, why did you leave Harry behind? Why didn't you take him too? Snape was speechless. For the first time since arriving, he stepped away from Lily's mother, clasped his hands behind his back, and avoided her gaze. You wanted him dead, Emily's father suddenly said, his voice shaking the walls as he continued. You were a Death Eater. You thought Harry was a threat too. You wanted Voldemort to kill him. This time, his wife didn't try to calm him. "Severus, is that true?" she asked her friend, her voice cracking. "No," Snape replied calmly, still not looking at her. "I knew he would be safe under Dumbledore's protection. I wanted—" He cleared his throat, steadying his voice. "I knew you would never be safe as long as the boy was with you." Emily's mother stood so suddenly, she nearly knocked her daughter off the sofa. "How could you?" she screamed. Emily had never heard her mother raise her voice before. "How could you do that? He's my son." Without warning, Lily broke into heartbreaking sobs. Her husband went to her, wrapping her in a comforting embrace, looking no less shaken himself, though he tried to hide it. Emily didn't know how to put into words what she felt watching her parents fall apart. There were so many things she didn't understand, but there was one thing she did. Somewhere out there, she had a brother her parents had never mentioned, and yet clearly loved deeply. "I think we should take a short break," Dumbledore said, with perfect gentleness as he addressed the grieving couple. "When you are ready to hear the rest of the story, you're welcome to come to my office. I'll connect your fireplace to the Flu network." James nodded without looking at him. Lily was still trembling with silent sobs. Emily watched as Snape and Dumbledore disapparated with loud cracks, leaving her alone with her mourning parents, who suddenly felt like strangers. As if reading her thoughts, her father turned to look at her and gave a sad smile. Emily felt slightly calmer. He looked far more like the dad she knew when he smiled. "What have you got there?" he asked, and she realized she was still holding the box Snape had left behind. She opened it, revealing the contents to her parents. Her father smiled wistfully, as if seeing an old friend he hadn't met in years. "Lily, look at this," he said softly to his wife, taking the two wands from the box. He kept the longer, darker wand for himself and held out the lighter one to his tearful wife. She took it, and at once seemed more composed. She took a deep breath and let a final tear roll freely down her cheek. "I'll make tea," James said, giving a flick of his wand to magically repair the broken television. "Then we'll explain everything, Em." Emily nodded, too stunned to speak. Her father had just performed real magic in front of her, and what was perhaps even stranger, they'd never even had tea in the house. Chapter 4. Summer Home. "Come along, children, quickly now." Ginny rolled her eyes as her mother hurried her, Ron, and Fred and George towards a row of shabby town houses. That seemed to be all her mother had said since they'd left the burrow that morning. "Come on. Careful. Quickly." As if Ginny and her brothers didn't understand that the situation was serious, and they weren't simply out on a stroll through Muggle London with their mum. Ever since the end of the Triwizard tournament, Ginny had known her life was about to change. She just hadn't expected it to happen so soon or so suddenly. The days following Cedric Diggory's death had been drenched in a strange calm before the storm, but that slowly faded into a dull, sleepy silence. The Daily Prophet denied the rumors of you-know-who's return, and no one seemed intent on changing their daily routine because of it. Only Ginny's parents, who had seemed more tense and anxious than ever since picking her and her brothers up from the train station at the end of term, took unusual precautions, as though they were expecting one of you-know-who's followers to jump out at them at any moment. Ginny soon realized their caution came from painful experience. Less than a week after the children had returned home, the residents of the burrow woke to find a message scorched into the lawn in fiery letters. "Blood traitors, beware." For some reason, the incident hadn't frightened Ginny as much as it should have. Perhaps she hadn't truly understood the threat, or simply didn't want to. Her father hadn't gone to work that day, and he and her mother shut themselves in the kitchen with Professor Dumbledore, who had appeared at their door almost immediately after being summoned, looking more solemn than ever. Ginny, Ron, Fred, and George were forced to wait upstairs, speculating about what their parents and the headmaster were discussing for so long. Only Percy had put on his best robes and gone to work, as though nothing had happened. That evening, their parents told them they'd be leaving the burrow the next day. Not long after, Percy returned, and once again Ginny and her brothers were banished from the kitchen. Only this time, the shouting could be heard even from the top of the stairs. The following day, Percy was gone, and their parents looked as though they'd aged overnight. Their mother's eyes were still red when they set out on their journey. They had spent the entire morning hopping from one place to another by flue and portkey, as though trying to confuse an invisible shadow trailing them, until they finally found themselves in the heart of a run-down Muggle neighborhood. When the four siblings were just a few steps from the entrance of number 13, their mother suddenly halted them and lined them up. She then pulled a piece of parchment from her handbag and handed it to Fred. He blinked and read the message. The headquarters of... Not out loud, their mother hissed. Memorize the address quickly. Fred read the note and passed it to George, who passed it to Ron, who gave it to Ginny. Scribbled in neat handwriting were the words, "The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix is located at number 12 Grimmauld Place, London." Finished? Her mother asked. Yes, but what is? Ginny's question was cut off as the note burst into flames in her hand, turning to ash in an instant. At that very moment, the houses on the street began to shift, number 11 and number 13 sliding apart and pushing the others aside to make room for number 12. None of the Muggle residents on the street seemed to notice anything strange. The houses were devoid of signs of life, perhaps because it was midday, and only a dog in number 8 barked at the newly appeared house. Inside, quickly, their mother urged again, ushering them towards the peeling door of the house. Ginny looked up before entering. Stone gargoyles perched on the cracked windowsills, and the plaster was peeling from the reddish bricks. More than anything, the place gave the impression of being haunted. Inside wasn't much more welcoming. They found themselves in a narrow hallway with peeling green wallpaper, lit by iron lamps shaped like serpents. "What is this place?" George asked, eyeing a closed door whose wood carvings had blackened with age. "Don't touch anything," their mother said, still whispering for some reason. "There should be stairs leading to the kitchen. Here, I think it's to the right." Ouch! Ron, walking ahead of Ginny, stumbled and nearly fell on the dusty rug. Ginny caught a glimpse of what had tripped him. It looked like an umbrella stand fashioned from a stuffed troll's leg. Ron's cry awoke a chorus of furious and confused portraits, led by a huge painting of a furious old woman revealed behind a pair of moth-eaten curtains. She pointed a bony finger at them and shrieked, "Blood traitors! Muggle lovers! Shame upon you!" Even if Ginny had wanted to hear more, she couldn't. The barrage of screams and accusations was so loud she had to cover her ears, pressing her back to the wall in helpless panic. "Ron, Ginny, downstairs," their mother shouted over the chaos. "Fred, George, help me." Fred and George whipped out their wands. Since turning 17, they used any excuse to practice magic outside of school, and Ron and Ginny hurried down the stairs to the basement kitchen without protest, unable to endure the deafening noise. They found themselves in a large stone room, in the center of which stood a rough wooden table big enough to seat at least a dozen people. Ginny's first thought was that, despite the lack of windows and the generally gloomy appearance, her mother would love cooking in this spacious, well-equipped kitchen. She always complained the Burrows' kitchen was too small. Her second thought was that she and Ron were not alone. A tall man in a loose cloak was rummaging through the cupboards. As soon as they entered, he glanced at them from behind the cupboard door and gave a strange smile, as though he'd forgotten how to smile and was only now learning it again. Ginny's breath caught in her throat. She knew she should scream, do something to call for help, but she was so stunned no sound came out. He looked different from the wanted posters. He wasn't filthy, and his hair and beard were trimmed. But there was no doubt in her mind. This was Sirius Black, the mass murderer. "Hey, Sirius," Ron said casually, apparently not at all alarmed by the presence of a wanted criminal. "What are you doing here?" "This is my house," Sirius Black replied. His voice was hoarse but not especially threatening. Ginny stared at him, clutching her backpack straps tightly. "Well, it was my parents' house. I haven't lived here since I was 16. I offered it to Dumbledore as headquarters. No one's lived here for years, as you can probably tell. You're enormous, Ron. What are they feeding you at Hogwarts? Ron laughed awkwardly. Lately he hadn't stopped growing. He was nearly as tall as Bill and Charlie now. And who's this? Sirius asked, nodding at Ginny, who felt a sudden stab of panic in her gut. He seemed to notice her fear and tried to offer a reassuring smile. This is Ginny, my sister, Ron explained offhandedly. Ginny, this is Sirius. He's Harry's godfather. Don't worry, he's not really a murderer. Nice to meet you, Sirius said. Ginny still couldn't speak. The situation was just too strange. Footsteps echoed on the stairs above. It sounded like Fred, George, and their mother had managed to silence the screaming portraits. Suddenly Ron looked, as though he'd had a brilliant idea. Hey, want to help me prank my brothers? A spark of rare delight lit Sirius's pale eyes. Absolutely, he said with almost boyish glee, and slipped into the pantry. Ginny stared after him in disbelief. Ron nudged her and whispered not to spoil the surprise. Fred, George, and their mother entered the kitchen moments later, commenting on the colorful language of the portraits and the sorry state of the house. Ginny wondered if she should say something. She thought it would be funny to prank Fred and George, but had a feeling their mum would be less amused. But before she could decide, Sirius burst from the pantry and gave them a fright. Ginny couldn't help but burst into laughter at Fred and George's reactions. They were usually the ones pulling pranks, and their matching expressions of fear and shock at seeing the notorious fugitive were both rare and hilarious. George apparently tried to curse Black, but dropped his wand in panic, which shot off a burst of sparks that startled Fred even more. Ginny couldn't stop laughing, and Ron laughed so hard no sound came out, his face turning betrayed. Even Sirius laughed, a booming, genuine laugh that made him look younger and surprisingly handsome. This isn't funny, Ginny's mother shouted, her face flushing with anger. Her wand was in hand. It looked like she was about to hex Sirius before realizing it was a prank. Mr. Black, this is not a subject for jokes. I could have hexed you. I'll take a few hexes for a good laugh, Sirius replied, looking utterly unbothered. And call me Sirius. Ginny thought nothing could be stranger than meeting the wizarding world's most wanted man, and finding out he was actually quite nice. But the day only got stranger. Shortly after the prank, Professor Lupin arrived, the same one who had taught defense against the dark arts during Ginny's second year and had reportedly resigned because he was a werewolf. He wore thick dragonhide gloves and carried a crate that mumbled and swore softly, which the twins examined with keen interest. He greeted the children warmly, introduced himself to their mother, as if there was nothing odd about him being there, and apologized for being late. He had hoped they'd meet Sirius under more pleasant circumstances. Ron tried to ask what he was doing there, but Lupin only said their parents would explain everything, and he had to go release a particularly rude Jarvase he'd trapped in an upstairs loo. Shame, I quite liked that creature, Sirius said after Lupin left. It was a lot less awful than most things that crawl around here. That statement left even Fred and George speechless. Their mother didn't waste time, immediately setting all four of them to work preparing lunch before they could ask too many questions. Her only answer to the few they managed to slip in between instructions was, "We'll talk when your father gets here." When Ron looked to Sirius for answers, he simply gestured that he wasn't allowed to speak. By the time lunch was ready and the six of them sat down to eat, Fred and George, who had been whispering between themselves the entire time, finally gathered the courage to ask Sirius how he escaped Azkaban. Sirius, who for some reason hadn't sat down and was pacing by the door, looked surprised. "I don't think this is suitable mealtime conversation," Marley said uneasily. "It's fine," Sirius replied. "It's not dark or anything. I'm an animagus. I can turn into a dog. I just slipped through the bars and escaped. Dementors can't really see, you know." Fred and George looked slightly disappointed. Their mother, however, seemed relieved that Sirius didn't have any sinister secrets that might encourage mischief. "Well, aren't you going to sit down?" she asked him as he continued to pace. Sirius looked surprised, as though he hadn't expected to be invited. He glanced at Marley, then at the food, opened his mouth, closed it again, and then sat down next to Ginny with a sheepish expression, as though he didn't feel it was his place to intrude on a family meal. Ginny tried not to look directly at his face as she passed him the salad. It must have been strange, perhaps even frightening, to sit down to a meal after so many years of isolation. As the fugitive devoured his lunch with odd intensity, Ginny was torn between a fierce curiosity to hear his story and a dread of the pain it might contain. When they finished eating, the doorbell rang, and the sound reawakened the choir of disgruntled portraits. Sirius went to answer it, and they could hear him battling with the screeching woman before silencing her and opening the door. Ginny recognized her father's voice, who was clearly making a visible effort to treat Sirius in a civil manner, while the latter directed him where to place the luggage and crates from the burrow. "Maybe now we'll finally find out what's going on," George whispered to his brother. A few minutes later, their father entered the kitchen without Sirius, and the four children were seated around the table at last to hear an explanation. Their parents told them they were now at number 12 Grimold Place, a house once owned by the notorious Black family and now serving as the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. The Order, they explained, was an organization Dumbledore had created to fight you-know-who and his followers. They would be staying here all summer, as it was far safer than the burrow. Fred, George, and Ginny protested this loudly, but Ron received the news with oddly calm acceptance, and their parents expected them not to interfere with Order business. "What about Harry?" Ron asked, after their mother had finished shutting down his siblings' complaints. "Will he be coming to live here too?" "Eventually, yes, but for now he must stay with his aunt and uncle," she replied, and before Ron could argue, she added, "We don't like it either, Ron, but those are Dumbledore's orders. And one more thing, you mustn't tell anyone about this house or the Order, not even Harry. It has to remain a secret. We're trusting you to take this seriously. Understood?" Ron kept arguing, claiming they couldn't possibly keep it from Harry that they were fighting you-know-who, especially since Harry had been the one to witness his return in the first place. Their mother made it clear that it wasn't up for debate. Ginny felt a strange mix of relief and disappointment upon learning that Harry wouldn't be joining them just yet. Despite Ginny's initial dissatisfaction with the sudden move to 12 Grimold Place, after a few days, she had to admit it wasn't so bad. The house, which had needed a thorough cleaning to be remotely livable, was full of strange and dangerous objects, and Ginny and her brothers were rarely bored, even though they often complained about the long hours spent cleaning. Sirius and Professor Lupin frequently joined them in their cleaning efforts, and time always passed faster when they were around. For an ex-convict and a former teacher, they made surprisingly good company. Besides that, the members of the Order were shrouded in mystery, and Ginny and her brothers enjoyed spying on them when they came to the house for meetings or other secretive missions. Most of them were strangers, but some faces were familiar. Professor McGonagall and Hagrid showed up from time to time, and Snape never missed a meeting, always arriving and leaving in a storm without speaking to anyone. Fred and George had even begun developing a magical device that allowed them to eavesdrop partially on the Order members. They always knew when something exciting was happening. Their mother would inevitably shoo them off to their rooms, and they would sneak back to the landing with their extendable ears to listen to the conversations taking place in the kitchen or parlor. Before long, they had a general idea of what the Order was doing. They gathered that some members were tasked with collecting intelligence, others with recruiting new Order members, and almost everyone was assigned to guard something. Ginny and her brothers figured out that something was Harry. They often heard Sirius's hoarse voice complaining about not being allowed to take part in the guard rotations. Soon enough, Ginny wasn't the only girl in the house. A few days after the move, Hermione wrote to Ron to tell him she'd noticed suspicious people following her while shopping with her mother. The next day, she arrived at Grimmauld Place with her trunk in tow. Ginny liked Hermione, especially since they'd shared a room before the Quidditch World Cup the summer before. Hermione was very different from Ginny's other friends at school, and Ginny found that refreshing. She was extremely intelligent, always offering a new and interesting perspective on everything, and Ginny felt like she could talk to her about personal things without being judged, unlike her other friends, in front of whom she always felt a little afraid to be herself, to be different or strange. Hermione always understood her and never made her feel bad for seeing the world differently. The two especially enjoyed gossiping about Ron and Harry. Hermione took the ban on interfering in the Order's business very seriously, especially after Dumbledore had spoken to her, and Ron privately about the strict rule not to mention anything Order-related in their letters to Harry. At first, she refused to huddle with the Weasley siblings and spy on the Order, but curiosity soon got the better of her, and she ended up cramming in beside them to listen in on secret meetings. "Well, isn't it obvious?" she interjected one evening during an argument between Ron and the twins about some cryptic comments made by Order members returning from their shifts. "There are two shifts. They're guarding Harry and something else, some kind of object." Ginny didn't think it was that obvious, but she had to admit Hermione's explanation made a lot of sense. They didn't get to discuss it further that evening, though, because Hermione's comment annoyed Ron and sparked yet another row between them. The next evening brought another Order meeting. Ginny knew something was up. 2 meetings in a row was never normal, but to her surprise, even the Order members seemed confused by it. The meeting was scheduled for after dinner this time, and Ginny overheard her father and Bill, who had recently been promoted at the bank and returned to England, wondering aloud why Dumbledore had called them together again so soon. Marley had just begun serving dinner when the front door opened with a soft creak. The familiar tapping of Mad-Eye Moody's wooden leg echoed through the ceiling, followed moments later by the unmistakable crash that always occurred when someone tripped over the rogue umbrella stand, which magically moved around the hallway to trip unsuspecting guests. The shrieks of Mrs. Black, now a regular part of the household soundtrack, rang out in response. Sirius, who until then had been sitting at the end of the table looking distant and moody, leapt to his feet and volunteered to silence his mother's portrait. After a few moments, the yelling stopped, and Ginny could hear Sirius talking to Moody. As they approached the kitchen, a third voice, a female voice, joined the conversation. Mad-Eye's guest was a rather surprising person. She was young, about the same age as Bill and Charlie, with bright, cheerful features and large, dark eyes. But the most striking and unusual thing about her was her hair, short, spiky, and dyed a brilliant shade of pink. All eyes in the room turned to her immediately, and she gave them a half-embarrassed, half-playful wave, like someone well used to drawing stares. "This is Nymphadora Tonks," Moody introduced her without ceremony, "the newest member of the Order." "Call me Tonks," she said brightly. "Tonks, you were in Charlie's year, weren't you?" Bill asked. "Yep," Tonks replied with exaggerated enthusiasm, which Ginny suspected was just her personality. She blushed slightly and added, "Hufflepuff rules." "How lovely," Ginny's mother said warmly, though she was clearly still adjusting to Tonks's unconventional appearance. "Sit down, dear. We were just about to eat." Ginny instantly liked Tonks and was pleased when the young witch sat down beside her. "I'm Ginny," she said, filling her plate with roasted potatoes. "Watcher," Tonks replied cheerfully. "Love your hair. Mind if I steal it?" Before Ginny could process what she meant, Tonks scrunched her face in concentration, and her pink hair grew out into long, fiery orange waves, identical to Ginny's. "You're a metamorph magus," Hermione exclaimed. "Bless you," Ron said from across the table. "No, a metamorph magus is." "I know what a metamorph magus is," Ron interrupted, his ears turning slightly red. Then why? So where'd Moody find you, Tonks? Bill jumped in before Ron and Hermione could start bickering. The family had already learned it was best to shut down their arguments before they could gain steam. Oh, I'm an aura, Tonks said, still sporting Ginny's hair, though in Ginny's opinion it looked much better on her. Her own hair never looked that shiny or perfect. I finished the academy a year ago. Moody was my instructor. Moody muttered something into a chicken leg. Bill looked impressed. Ginny figured not many auras managed to impress Mad-Eye Moody, so Tonks must be something special if he'd recruited her to the order. Midway through dinner, Professor Lupin appeared, wearing his shabby traveling cloak and carrying a few sealed scrolls under his arm. He looked healthier and more cheerful than he had in recent days, probably having gotten some rest since the last full moon. You must be Alastair's new recruit, he said to Tonks after greeting everyone, reaching across the table to shake her hand. Remus Lupin. Yeah, I'm Tonks. She sprang to her feet to shake his hand, managing to knock over her goblet of pumpkin juice in the process. She muttered apologies as the juice soaked into the tablecloth until Bill vanished the stain with a flick of his wand. Tonks, Professor Lupin echoed. That name sounds familiar. She's Andy's daughter, Sirius said hoarsely, grabbing a juice-soaked chicken leg. Really? Professor Lupin said in surprise. I think the last time I saw you, you were 6 or 7. Apparently, the Weasley hair brought with it other Weasley traits, because Tonks's face flushed a deep red. Just as Ginny and Hermione were about to head upstairs, knowing they'd be kicked out soon for the order meeting, the large fireplace in the kitchen burst into emerald flames, and out stepped Professor Dumbledore. Ginny thought it was strange that he'd arrived so early. He usually came just before the meeting started. Marley offered him dinner, which he politely declined. Moody tried to introduce Tonks, but Dumbledore cut him off in an uncharacteristically sharp tone. There'll be time for that later, he said. I need to speak with Sirius and Remus before the meeting begins, in private. Shall we go up to the drawing room? Remus nodded, and Sirius shrugged like he wasn't the least bit curious about what Dumbledore had to say. At that moment, Marley ordered the children up to their rooms, and they obeyed without protest. Ginny and Hermione waited in their room for a few minutes, then snuck out once they heard Marley return to the kitchen. In the hallway, they met Ron, and together they crept down the stairs until they were directly above the drawing room on the lower floor. Moments later, Fred and George popped up with twin cracking sounds, armed with their extendable ears. They lowered the cord over the banister to the floor below, where it slithered under the heavy wooden door of the drawing room. Ginny squeezed in between Ron and Hermione to listen. At first, she had trouble understanding what they were talking about, until she heard Professor Lupin say, "You look troubled, Albus. Has something happened?" "Something has indeed happened," they heard Dumbledore reply, his voice grave. "I'm about to tell you something that may shake you. I ask that you remain calm as much as possible and let me finish the story." "Is it Harry? Did something happen to him?" Sirius's voice broke intensely. "Harry is under the capable watch of Hester Jones this evening. He's safe. But yes, this does concern him, perhaps more than anyone." "I knew this was about Harry," Hermione whispered. Everyone shushed her. "Sirius, Remus, there's no easy way to say this," Dumbledore continued, sounding almost emotional. Ginny had never heard his voice like that before. "I waited nearly 2 weeks before coming to tell you because I wanted to be sure beyond any possible doubt that it was true." "What is it?" Sirius asked impatiently. "You can't tell Harry. Not yet," Dumbledore pressed on, his voice growing more strained and excited by the moment until Ginny could barely recognize it. "But the truth is, Lily and James Potter are not dead." A stunned silence followed on the other end of the extendable ear. If Ginny hadn't been just as shocked by what she'd heard, she would have thought the device had broken. She looked up and saw Ron and Hermione just as wide-eyed as she was. "Hey, what are you doing?" George demanded as she suddenly began pulling the cord back up, cutting off the rest of the conversation. We shouldn't be listening to this, she said firmly. It's personal. He's got to be joking, Fred said confidently. It's got to be some kind of order code. People don't come back from the dead. Hermione shook her head. No, Dumbledore wouldn't say something like that if it weren't true. Sirius and Professor Lupin were best friends with Harry's parents. That's ridiculous, Hermione. Fred's right. People don't come back from the dead, George said. He didn't say they came back, Ron said suddenly. Just like the day their parents told them they'd be spending the summer at Grimmauld Place, he responded with surprising maturity. He said they're not dead. I think he meant they never died in the first place. Ron's right, Hermione said, looking particularly pale. She and Ron exchanged a loaded look. What do we do? Ginny asked, trying to decipher what passed between them. Do we tell Harry? We can't, Hermione said firmly. We can't give him hope. We don't know the details yet. We would know them if Ginny gave us back the extendable ear. As if to prove Ginny's point, muffled yelling rose from behind the door. It was hard to tell whose voice it was, but it was so full of emotion that hearing it felt like being punched in the gut. The noise sparked movement on the kitchen stairs, and the children scrambled back to their rooms to discuss what they'd heard. Chapter 5: Homecoming. Dumbledore's office hadn't changed at all in the last 14 years. There was something comforting in knowing that, even though so much had changed outside, that the portraits of former headmasters still dozed idly in their frames. The fire still blazed in the hearth, carved with shapes of the lion, snake, eagle, and badger. The magical instruments still ticked and whirred, and the countless books remained neatly arranged on the shelves. Fox the Phoenix still sat calmly on his golden perch, watching the waiting guests with dark, intelligent eyes. Emily, who had felt very unwell after her first trip by flu, had recovered after a few minutes lying on one of the sofas by the fire, and was now busy examining the curious magical instruments. Lily had expected her to bombard her and James with questions, but instead she remained unusually silent, as though she instinctively understood that her parents were too preoccupied to answer. It was remarkable, the way children could sense their parents' moods. Even when Harry was a baby, Lily had believed he could tell when she was anxious or afraid. During those times, he somehow knew not to cry. But she tried not to dwell on such memories, because they brought an overwhelming urge to cry herself. She looked out of the window. Dumbledore's office overlooked the sloping grounds that rolled down to the edge of the forest. It was night time, and the forest looked like a dark, churning sea beneath the waning moon shining boldly in the sky. Lights shone in Hagrid's hut and smoke curled from the chimney, as if not a day had passed since Lily had last been there. The sight was comforting. The night view filled her with longing. It wouldn't be quite accurate to say that she missed the place. After all, she hadn't even remembered it existed for the past 14 years. But perhaps because it had once been such an inseparable part of her life, she had secretly yearned for it all these years, without even realizing. It was on those grounds, under the shadow of that forest, beneath that very same moonlight, that she had learned the world could be a wondrous, magical place. It was where she first discovered the thrill of adventure, and where she had fallen in love with her husband. She glanced at James. He sat in one of the chairs in front of the desk, staring down at his hands. His face bore a serious, grim expression. He allowed himself that only because he thought Lily and Emily weren't watching. If he knew Lily was looking, he'd have swapped the scowl for a grin, perhaps tried to recall one of the many times he'd been summoned to this very office for a telling-off or punishment over some school prank. James always used humor to deal with hardship, and Lily knew how much he hated her seeing him worried or afraid. For some reason, he saw that as weakness, even though Lily had tried again and again to explain that it wasn't. Even after more than 15 years of marriage, he still couldn't accept it. Maybe that was partly her fault. For all her reassurances, she did love his strength, his steadiness, his unwavering nature. It was one of the reasons she loved him. James noticed her gaze. and just as she had predicted, his expression immediately softened into a smile. He rose and joined her at the window, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Only then did she realize just how tense she had been. "Not much longer now," he said. "Soon we'll see him again." Lily nodded, struggling to contain the swell of emotion rising inside her. It was all she had been able to think about since her memories returned, seeing Harry again. She would go through that dreadful out-of-body ordeal she and James had experienced again in a heartbeat, just to see her son, just to know he was safe. She didn't even care what he thought of her or James after all those years of absence. That was a lie she cared deeply. She just needed to know he was all right. "We had a lot of good times here," James said gently, looking out across the grounds too. "Do you remember our first kiss?" "Of course I do," Lily replied, resting her head on his shoulder. She smiled. She could still feel the warmth under James's invisibility cloak, the stars peeking through the fabric's tiny holes, the thrill of that unfamiliar closeness. "I remember you made me break the rules. I was sure we'd be caught at any moment." "I was kind of hoping we would be," James admitted, slightly sheepish. "Thought it would be romantic." Lily laughed. James grinned in satisfaction. A burst of green flames roared in the hearth. Dumbledore stepped into his office, and a moment later Severus appeared. Lily's stomach clenched. She had been hoping he wouldn't be present for this meeting. As if sensing her displeasure, Severus lowered his eyes. They were all adults now, yet he still acted as if they were children, and she was angry at him for not stepping in when his Slytherin housemates had bullied a first year. She always forgave him in the end, but this time she feared she might hold on to the grudge. She didn't think she could forgive him for separating her from her son. "My apologies for the delay," Dumbledore said, settling into the golden chair behind his desk. Fox fluttered down from his perch to his knee, stretching his neck as the old headmaster stroked his golden crest. "The order meeting ran long. You must remember how those tend to go." "The order's still active?" James asked with a hint of bitterness. "And Snape's a member. Last I checked, he was a Death Eater." Severus didn't flinch at the remark. Dumbledore replied, "Much has changed, James. Today, Severus is one of the Order's most loyal and valuable members." James muttered something Lily didn't catch. She knew he'd never trust Severus, no matter what Dumbledore said, and especially after what he had done. But she wasn't surprised that he was in the Order now. She had always believed he would return to the right path in the end. "Please sit, we have much to discuss," Dumbledore said. "Lemon sherbet, Emily." Emily took one shyly, murmuring a faint thank you. It was unlike her. She was never shy around strangers, not even as a small child. She usually spoke up boldly and without hesitation. "I assume your parents told you about Hogwarts?" Dumbledore asked her. Emily nodded. "I'm glad to hear it. Would you like a tour of the castle?" She nodded again, more eagerly this time. Most of her conversations with her parents over the past 2 weeks had revolved around Hogwarts. It seemed to be the only magical subject they could talk about without Lily falling apart. Everything else made her think of Harry, and she could barely manage the ache, the guilt, and the grief that the thought of him brought. "Darby," Dumbledore called. A house elf appeared instantly. He was the oddest-looking elf Lily had ever seen. Instead of the standard Hogwarts tea towels, he wore an array of Muggle children's clothes and a colorful cap. "Darby, would you kindly show Emily around the castle? I'm sure she'd enjoy a hot chocolate in the kitchens afterwards." "Certainly, Professor Dumbledore, sir," Darby said obediently, holding out his spindly hand. Emily, who had never seen a non-human creature before, stared at him in awe and uncertainty. James had told her about the magical beings in the wizarding world, but it was quite different to see one in real life. "It's all right," Lily told her. Emily took the elf's hand, immediately looking more confident. She waved to her parents as her guide gently led her out of Dumbledore's office. The thought of her daughter discovering Hogwarts for the first time warmed Lily's heart. "It goes without saying that there's a place for Emily at Hogwarts, if you wish," Dumbledore said after she'd left. Yes, we want that, James replied. We want to come back. We want to rejoin the Order, and we want to see Harry. Of course, but all in due time, Dumbledore said. You must understand much has changed since you left. We didn't leave, Dumbledore. You know that, James said sharply, looking straight at Severus but still addressing Dumbledore. I hope that's not what you're telling people. Certainly not, Dumbledore replied calmly. Only a few trusted Order members know about you, Sirius and Remus among them. They know your disappearance wasn't your choice. At the mention of his closest friends, a spark lit in James's eyes. He'd spoken of them often over the past 2 weeks, wondering what had become of them in the years that had passed. 14 years was a long time. Anything could have happened. What kind of lives were they living now? Had they started families? Were they still mourning Lily and James? Only at night, in the dark, had he dared to voice to Lily his deepest fear, that they might no longer be alive. But now, knowing they were alive and still active in the Order, visible relief flooded his face. Lily felt it too. She and Remus had been friends since their early years at Hogwarts, long before she ever imagined she and James would end up together. Later on, Sirius had also become a close friend, even though they were enemies at first. They'd even named him Harry's godfather. The idea that something might have happened to either of them during their absence had haunted her as well. You can go speak to them if you'd like, Dumbledore said, seeing how eager James was to reunite with his friends. They can answer the many questions I'm sure you have. I only ask that you remember many things have changed. The tone of his voice and the way he looked at them gave Lily an uneasy feeling, but James didn't seem to notice at all. Severus looked at him in a strange way. Lily couldn't tell if it was a look of disgust or pity. The new headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix is at number 12, Grimmauld Place, London, Dumbledore said. It's protected by the Fidelius charm, and I am the secret keeper. You may travel there by flu now. I'll send Emily along in a few hours. Lily began to thank him, but James interrupted. Grimmauld Place. Isn't that Sirius's mum's house? As I said, much has changed, Dumbledore replied, gesturing toward the hearth. After James vanished into the flames, Lily took a pinch of green powder, and with a growing sense of foreboding, threw it into the fire and spoke the address. In the glow of the green flames, she looked back at Severus one last time. He looked like he wanted to say something. He always waited for James to be gone before speaking to her honestly, but she stepped into the fire, not giving him the chance to apologize. She spun in the green flames for a long time, keeping her eyes closed to stave off nausea, until she felt herself arrive on the other side. She stepped from the flames into a grand but very shabby drawing room. One look told her she was in a wizard's house. She had only visited there 2 times, but the room reminded her of the lounge at James's parents' house, only grander and far more sinister. The display cabinets were filled with disturbing magical artifacts, and a chandelier shaped like writhing snakes left no doubt the home belonged to a pure-blood family which probably dabbled in dark magic. It was clear the house had stood empty for some time. The heavy curtains over the tall windows buzzed with darksies, and the luxurious rugs and sofas were worn and dusty. Only once the green flames faded and the red firelight returned did Lily notice someone had made an effort to clean the place up and make it livable. A man stood by one of the sofas, staring at Lily and James in stunned silence, a clear pain in his eyes. He was thin, dressed in shabby but clean clothes. Straight, light brown hair framed a serious face marked by pale scars. His mouth was drawn in a tight, severe line, as though restraining himself from speaking or shouting. At first, Lily didn't recognize him, couldn't understand why he was looking at her like that, until the resemblance hit her with stunning force. Mooney, James said in disbelief, clearly just as shocked by the changes in their friend. It was Remus, 14 years older. The transformation was hard to process. Last time Lily had seen him, he was 20. Now his hair had already begun to grey, and fine lines had appeared on his face. He took a deep breath, as though preparing for something painful, then said in a trembling voice, "Turn into the stag." "What?" James replied, baffled, then continued, clearly in disbelief, "Remus, it's me." Remus shook his head. The motion seemed to cause him almost physical pain. "Prove it. I don't care what Dumbledore says. Prove it." James nodded in understanding, removed his glasses, and handed them to Lily. "I haven't done this in a while, so I might be a bit rusty," he warned Remus, a little nervous. "If it doesn't work straight away, it doesn't mean I'm a Death Eater." Remus, whose amber eyes glinted in the firelight, gave a faint smile at that. He seemed far less threatening now, and much more open to the idea that the man standing before him was his old friend, thought long dead. Lily had seen James transform many times before, but the magic never failed to amaze her. When the soft, warm light enveloped his body, she felt for a moment as if his presence grew stronger, as if, in some way, that light was him, his truest self, freed from his physical form. After a few short moments, the light faded, and in James's place stood a full-sized stag, its great antlers almost reaching the ceiling. It pawed uncomfortably at the dusty carpet, feeling trapped by the surrounding sofas. A wave of love surged in Lily's chest at the sight of the noble creature. It was, without doubt, the animal that best represented her husband. Remus crossed the distance between them in a flash, wrapping his arms tightly around the stag's neck. Prongs snorted impatiently, clearly unimpressed with the cramped space he'd been squeezed into. Remus laughed, a sound full of relief, and as James shifted back into his human form, he threw himself at Lily in a bone-crushing hug. She could barely breathe, but she didn't try to push him away. He was trembling like a leaf, clutching her as though he feared she might vanish at any moment, and perhaps he truly believed she would. All she could do was hug him back, as tightly as she could. She couldn't begin to imagine what it was like for him, to live for years with the knowledge that the people dearest to him were dead, only to be reunited with them again in such an unexpected way. "Oi, don't get too excited. She's a married woman," James cut in lightly, placing a hand on Remus's shoulder. The werewolf turned and pulled him into an equally tight hug. "I don't remember you being so emotional, Mooney," James said, gripping him tightly. Though he was trying to lighten the tense atmosphere, even he seemed particularly moved. "Howling at the moon's no longer good enough for you." Remus pulled away to look at him. "Could you not? Now's not the time," he said irritably, then burst into wild laughter. It made him look much more like the Remus Lupin of their school days. How easy it is to fall back into old habits. James smiled in satisfaction. He clapped his friend on the back affectionately, then grew serious. "Listen, Remus, we owe you an apology when we went into hiding." "There's no need," Remus interrupted. "I know everything. Sirius explained it all. If anyone should be apologizing, it's me." "Don't interrupt, James. I've waited 14 years to say this. I should have been there helping you. Not a day goes by that I don't regret following Dumbledore's orders and going on that mission. Two, actually, three of the people I loved most in the world were in danger, and my absence only made things worse. You needed a friend you could trust, and I wasn't there. My constant need to please Dumbledore, to earn the Order's approval, blinded me. I'm sorry." "We all made mistakes," Lily replied. "It becomes clearer with every passing day. We were young, but it's in the past now, isn't it?" Remus nodded and made an effort to smile, but failed to pretend he agreed. It was clear from his expression that he thought she was terribly mistaken. That ominous look didn't sit well with Lily, but before she could try to question it, James spoke again. "Where's Padfoot, and why are we in his mother's house? I thought she disowned him." "I thought so too, but apparently she never had the heart to go through with it. Maybe she still hoped he'd come back one day. She died about 10 years ago, so now the house belongs to Sirius." "I didn't think Aunt Walburga had a heart," James said coldly, the sarcasm not quite masking his uncharacteristic bitterness. So where is he hiding? For some reason, Remus seemed taken aback, almost hurt, by the phrasing of the question. He quickly composed himself. "I'll go get him," he said with a hint of unease. He took the news a bit worse than I did." Then suddenly he asked, "Dumbledore really didn't tell you anything?" "About what?" James asked, suspicion creeping into his voice. "I suppose we've got all night to catch up," said Remus, though he didn't sound nearly as enthusiastic as Lily would have expected. "Just try to act normal." James tried to ask what on earth he was talking about, but Remus slipped out of the drawing room without answering. "Was he always this strange?" James asked once he'd gone. Lily didn't answer. She perched on the arm of the nearest sofa, her gaze drifting to the faded tapestries adorning the walls. In the flickering firelight, the faces of the black ancestors and the foes they'd vanquished looked grotesque, almost laughable. She felt as though they were mocking her and James, mocking their optimism about returning to England. Remus's behavior left her with a sense of dread. James moved closer, resting his hands on her shoulders. His touch grounded her, keeping her thoughts from spiraling into dark places. He was about to say something, probably a reassurance, when the heavy drawing-room door opened again, signaling Remus's return. Beside him stood a tall, gaunt man, his face cloaked in shadow. Lily's hand flew to her mouth in shock. It was like looking at a dark, twisted reflection of the man she once knew. Sirius, who in their youth had been so handsome and full of life, now looked older than any of them. He was still tall and striking, but now his height only accentuated how thin and wasted he had become, little more than skin and bone. His black hair had grown long, and he wore a short beard on his narrow face, as if desperately searching for something behind which to hide. The face that had once been his trademark now looked like a warped mask designed to conceal immense pain. Even his eyes had changed. Their once silver light had dulled into a stormy metallic grey, ready to start raining at any moment. But if Lily and James's reaction to Sirius's transformation was extreme, Sirius's response was even worse. He tried to move towards James, but collapsed to his knees before he could take more than 2 steps. Remus tried to support him, but it was as though a great weight dragged him to the floor. He bowed his head, hair falling to hide his face, his cloaked back rising and falling sharply as though he was struggling to breathe. Lily recognized it as a panic attack. There was nothing she could do except stare, stunned. James, however, snapped out of the shock quickly and rushed to his friend's side, kneeling on the rug before him. The moment he was within reach, Sirius pulled him into a crushing embrace, his bony hands clutching at his shirt with desperate strength. Then came a terrible sound, the worst Lily had ever heard, and she realized Sirius was sobbing. The sound was heart-wrenching, alternating between grief-stricken wails and the noises of a wounded animal, punctuated by fragments of words, pleas for forgiveness. The raw pain in his voice tore at Lily's insides. Only when Remus came beside her and laid a hand on her shoulder did she realize she was crying too. She couldn't bear the sight, but she knew her pain was nothing compared to the suffering Sirius was enduring in that moment. "It's not as bad as it looks," Remus whispered soothingly. "He's all right, just in shock." All the while, James remained steady as a rock, holding his friend tightly and firmly, like he was the only thing keeping Sirius from falling apart completely. He spoke to him in a low, hushed voice, and though Lily couldn't hear the words, the deep, calming tone was enough to quiet her own sobs. After a while, Sirius's crying subsided, and James helped him back to his feet. Even standing, he kept his face hidden behind his hand, as if in shame, murmuring again and again, I'm sorry, forgive me." "There's nothing to forgive, Padfoot," James said firmly, gripping the back of Sirius's neck and forcing him to meet his eyes. "We all made the mistake of trusting him. It wasn't your fault." The moment Sirius's gaze locked with his, he seemed to calm slightly, as though only now convinced James was truly there, that he wasn't some ghost come to haunt him. Tears still streamed down his face, his wide, searching eyes studying every feature of James's face, as though looking for proof he wasn't hallucinating. But as the seconds ticked by, that lost, guilty look began to shift into hope. "I've had a lot of dreams like this," he said. His voice, once warm and musical, was now rough and hoarse. "But I think this isn't a dream. In my dreams, you always say it was my fault." "Well, obviously, dream. Me is an idiot," James said. Sirius let out a bark of laughter that sounded almost like the old days. "You still blaming yourself for what happened? I trusted him just as much as you did, more maybe. I took him under my wing from the start, always covered for him. I thought this time he'd cover for me." For a moment, his voice nearly cracked, as though he were about to shout, but as always, he mastered his emotions, hiding the cracks behind his perfect mask of self-control. "Where is he, anyway? I'd like to give him something to think about." "On the run," Remus replied instead of Sirius, who was still a bit stunned. Actually, now that his master's back in power, he probably doesn't have to hide anymore. "His master," James muttered, his voice so thick with hatred Lily barely recognized it. "I still can't believe he betrayed us like that." "What happened to you?" Lily changed the subject, still unable to come to terms with Sirius's condition. "Lily," Sirius seemed to notice her presence for the first time. She tried to step forward to hug him, but he drew back with a pained look. "No, I don't deserve it. I let you down." "You didn't let me down, Sirius." "You don't know what happened," Sirius interrupted her, his voice desperate, as though wanting her to be angry or scold him. She had a feeling she knew what he was referring to, but she didn't want to jump to conclusions. She didn't want to cry again. She just wanted to savor this reunion a few moments longer, to hug an old, loyal friend she hadn't seen in so long. She closed the distance and pulled Sirius into a hug. In response, he embraced her with surprising strength for someone so thin, muttering apologies into her ear. Silent tears slid down her cheeks, tears of helplessness and compassion. "Don't cry for me, Lily," Sirius said, pulling back. He smiled at her, and in that smile he looked a little more like himself. "I'm not worth it." "You're worth every tear," Lily said, wiping her face. "What happened, Sirius? What did this to you?" "Are you ill?" James asked. "Is this because your parents were cousins?" "James," Lily scolded, shocked at his flippancy. "What?" James defended himself. "They were cousins." To Lily's surprise, Sirius laughed. The sound eased some of the pain burning in her chest, where the memory of his awful sobbing still lingered. "It's not that, though maybe that would have been better," Sirius said, a shadow crossing his face, wiping away the smile James had managed to coax out of him. "Want me to tell them?" Remus offered gently. "No," Sirius replied. "I'll do it." They took their seats on the sofas by the fireplace. Sirius settled in the armchair farthest from the flames, as though still seeking to hide in shadow, and Remus summoned a teapot and 4 mugs. The warm drink calmed Lily's nerves. She had missed Remus's tea. Sirius began to recount the events of the night she and James died, doing his best to stay composed. When he told them how he left baby Harry in Hagrid's care and went after Peter, James tried to interject, but Remus gestured for him to let Sirius finish. Lily never would have guessed the horrific twist that followed. Sirius described how Peter had tricked him, lured him to a muggle-filled street, and loudly accused Sirius of betraying the Potters, making everyone believe he was the secret keeper, then cast a violent curse that killed 12 muggles before transforming into a rat and vanishing into the sewers. When the ministry arrived, there was no doubt in their minds what had happened, Sirius concluded grimly. It was obvious I'd betrayed you, that I'd hunted Peter down to silence him, and that I'd murdered all those muggles. The news that Voldemort had been defeated had only just begun to spread, and the ministry wanted to tie up loose ends quickly and quietly. They sentenced me to life in Azkaban. James was on his feet before Sirius finished the sentence. "That can't be true," he said hotly. Lily tried to touch his hand, but he clenched his fists. "It just can't be. Dumbledore wouldn't have let that happen. Moony, you must have told them it wasn't true. He wouldn't do that." James, you have to understand, at the time, the story Peter spun didn't sound far-fetched at all, Remus said carefully. How can you? He's right, Prongs, Sirius cut in darkly. Our trick worked too well. Everyone, even Dumbledore and Moony, believed I was the secret keeper. They believed I betrayed you. And if I killed my closest friends, what's a few muggles and another friend on top of that? James shook his head stubbornly. I can't accept it. You weren't there, Prongs, Remus said quietly. It looked bad. I myself believed Sirius was the traitor until I saw Peter on the Marauders map 2 years ago. James didn't seem calmed by his words. If anything, he looked angrier the longer Remus spoke. Lily knew he was mostly angry at himself, blaming himself for the horrible tragedy. 2 years ago, how long were you in there? He asked Sirius, almost accusingly. 12 years, Sirius replied. His friend's harsh tone didn't discourage him, but rather seemed to awaken a dormant strength within him, one that had been buried since he'd lost his former life. That strength made Lily pity him a little less, and admire him much more for the hell he'd survived. Why did they let you out? She asked, transfixed. A smug smile spread across Sirius's face, revealing a flash of the 20-year-old Sirius behind the mask. They didn't, he said. I escaped. No way, James exclaimed. His anger faded somewhat, and suddenly it felt as though they were back at school again, with Sirius launching into a dramatic retelling of some brilliant prank he'd pulled on a teacher. No one's ever escaped from Azkaban. How did you do it? Well, we always said we'd register as animagi, but never quite got round to it, Sirius said with satisfaction. A human can't exactly squeeze through the bars there, but Padfoot could. It wouldn't have worked for you. Those stupid antlers of yours would have got stuck in the bars. Lily tried to smile, while the three friends laughed. The thought of James in an Azkaban cell was too horrific to ignore completely. Hey, what did I tell you? I don't want you crying over me, Sirius said, noticing she looked troubled again. She shook her head, forcing the unpleasant thoughts away. So why did you wait so long? Why wait 12 years to escape? The shadow returned to Sirius's face. Lily immediately regretted asking. At first, I didn't even think about escaping, he said, his eyes drifting to the flickering flames in the hearth, as if their light might chase away the demons creeping into his mind. That's what the Dementors do to you. You get trapped inside yourself, inside your fears and regrets. It's like a maze, really hard to find a way out. Pretty quickly I started to believe I deserved to be there, because it was my fault you two were dead, and Harry was an orphan. But all that time, I clung to a bit of sanity, maybe because I knew I was innocent, and that helped me stay alert when the Minister of Magic came on a tour of Azkaban. I managed to convince him to leave me his newspaper. He nearly dropped it and ran when I told him I missed doing the puzzles. He let out a short, barking laugh. There was a picture in one of the stories of a family who'd won the Daily Prophet lottery. It was the Weasleys, and one of the boys had a pet rat. Wormtail? James asked in astonishment. The very same. He'd been hiding with the Weasleys all this time, waiting to hear news of Voldemort, and meanwhile getting the royal treatment as a family pet. So you escaped to catch him. I didn't even think about that, said Sirius. All I could think about was the article said that boy would be going back to Hogwarts, where Harry would be. I knew Dumbledore would see to it that he went to school. I couldn't stay in Azkaban another moment, wallowing in self-pity. I was the only one who knew Wormtail was alive. I had to find Wormtail before Wormtail found Harry. I had to fulfill my vow. How can you say you let us down? Lily demanded. The story moved her deeply. You were imprisoned in Azkaban, the worst place imaginable, and all you did was think about Harry's well-being. You did more than any godfather could be expected to do. She's right, Padfoot, James agreed. Sirius looked as though he might cry again, this time from joy and relief. So what happened next? Did you find Peter? Sirius and Remus exchanged knowing looks. That's a tale for the ages, for sure, Remus said with a mischievous smile. "But perhaps it's a bit long for tonight. Yes, we had Peter. Truthfully, we both wanted to kill him to avenge your deaths." "But," James asked tensely as Remus's voice trailed off, "what stopped you?" "Your son," Sirius answered, his eyes shining with pride. "Have you got another son?" "Yes, he said he thought his father wouldn't want his two best mates to become murderers over that rat." Lily felt her heart might burst from sheer love and pride. She looked up at James and found him smiling at her with warmth. "He's definitely inherited his mother's sense of justice," he said. Lily smiled back. The story brought her immense comfort. Green flames roared up in the fireplace, cutting through Lily's thoughts. Emily stumbled out of them and landed heavily on the carpet at the feet of the four adults. James stepped forward and helped her to her feet. "I hate that thing," she grumbled, rubbing her bruised knees. "You'll get the hang of it," her father encouraged. "Emily, I'd like you to meet Sirius and Remus, old friends of your mum's and mine." "Lovely to meet you, Emily," Remus said kindly. Sirius just gave her a tired smile, looking as though he might start crying again if he dared speak. Emily mumbled a shy response, eyeing the two men with open curiosity while trying to hide the fact that she was staring. Lily imagined they must seem very strange to someone who didn't know them. Remus with the thin scars crisscrossing his face, and Sirius, gaunt and somber. "I think it's time for bed," James said as Emily let out a huge yawn. "But it's morning," Emily said, yawning again. She did indeed look extremely sleepy. "The time difference is confusing," Lily said. She herself felt utterly drained, whether from the time zone shift between England and the us, or the emotionally exhausting reunion with Sirius and Remus. "I'll show you to your room," Sirius said, rising to his feet. "There's no spare room for Emily at the moment, but she can sleep with the other girls from tomorrow night." "The other girls? How many people live here exactly?" James asked as he led a drowsy Emily out of the drawing room behind Sirius. Sirius answered in a whisper, so Lily couldn't hear what he said. She followed behind them with Remus at her side. "Is Harry here too?" she asked him, though she thought she already knew the answer. "I'm sorry, but no. He spends the summer holidays with his relatives." It took Lily a few moments to realize which relatives he meant. "Petunia?" she asked as they passed through the entrance hall, shocked. Remus gestured for her to speak quietly. "Yes," he replied in a whisper. The corridor was dim, but she could see that he looked slightly guilty. "After you." Well, after what happened, Sirius was sent to Azkaban, and of course it was unthinkable to let a werewolf raise a child. So Dumbledore sent him to your sister. They followed Sirius and James up a narrow staircase. In the dim light of the lanterns, the mounted heads of house elves looked down at them mournfully from the walls. Lily wasn't sure what she was supposed to feel. In the final years of her former life, she and Petunia hadn't spoken. Her sister had despised everything to do with magic and couldn't stand James, but she wanted to believe her death had saddened her and that she'd raised her son with love, even though he was a wizard. Despite the enmity between them, Lily knew Petunia wasn't a bad person. Her hatred of magic was born of fear, nothing more. And perhaps, just perhaps, the years had helped her move beyond that fear. She certainly hoped so. Chapter 6. Dreaming. When Harry was a small child, sleep had been his only escape from reality. When he slept, he could forget about the cupboard under the stairs, forget the Dursleys, forget the loneliness and alienation. His dreams would take him to distant, beautiful places where anything was possible and there was nothing to fear. He would look forward to sleep with desperate longing, yearning to dream again that he was flying, or that some faceless, long-lost relative would appear and whisk him away from the Dursleys. He didn't even mind that these dreams always ended in that same green light, which woke him with a pounding heart. They always gave him hope for a better future, far away from the Dursleys. Now, a few days before his 15th birthday, not even sleep could offer him comfort. The dreams he had as a child had come true in their own way. He had indeed learnt to fly, and met that mysterious relative who had wanted to take him from the Dursleys. But he couldn't shake the voice in his head telling him that the fulfillment of those dreams had come at a heavy price. He still dreamt of the green light, but now it held no mystery or solace. It had only one meaning: death. That summer in Privet Drive was unbearably hot. Harry felt as though the heat could melt time itself, dragging it into a sticky crawl that made 3 weeks feel like 3 years. He slept during the day and stayed awake at night. He'd quickly discovered that the nightmares were slightly less horrible when you woke from them into blazing sunlight and the everyday sounds of the house and street. He spent the nights pacing restlessly around his room, where the bare ceiling lamp was the only thing keeping the ominous darkness of the night at bay. He forbade himself from sleeping. Uncle Vernon had threatened to throw him out if he screamed in the night, even once more. The idea of abandoning Privet Drive was becoming more and more tempting, and Harry decided to write to Sirius and tell him he was leaving for good, no matter where to. Sirius replied at record speed. Hedwig returned with his letter before Harry had even mustered the energy to get out of bed and pack. Contrary to what Harry had expected, the letter showed little sympathy or understanding, mostly repeated demands, even pleas, that he stay where he was. Harry scrunched the letter in frustration before he even finished reading it and threw it in the bin. He had expected Sirius to understand how he felt, to understand what it meant to feel trapped. He of all people should know. So how could he be so hypocritical with Harry? And why hadn't he come to visit? Not even for a moment, not even in his dog form, when he was clearly nearby and able to respond to letters almost instantly. But despite the bitterness and the anger, Harry stayed on Privet Drive. He was angry with Sirius, angry at himself for staying, angry at Ron and Hermione for sending him brief, contentless letters, as though they couldn't be bothered to talk to him, and from what he could gather, they were spending the summer together without him. It seemed that anger was all he was capable of feeling these days. Perhaps he couldn't afford to stop being angry, because then the fear, the guilt, and the helplessness would come back to take over, and that was even worse. He began to think the world outside Privet Drive might have stopped turning. It was the only explanation for why the Daily Prophet hadn't so much as mentioned Voldemort's return, and why Ron and Hermione seemed to have forgotten about him. Maybe he wasn't even really himself. Maybe he was just a picture of himself, like the photo of his parents on his bedside table. Maybe, while he looked at them smiling and waving, laughing and dancing through the swirling snowflakes, someone else was watching him, pacing that cramped room, lying on the floor to escape the oppressive heat, searching for some escape from all the anger and fear inside him. He couldn't help but think that all this might have been a little less awful if Ron and Hermione were there. They were his friends, his real family, and he had always thought that friends helped each other through difficult times, offered comfort, refuge. But perhaps he had misunderstood what friendship meant. Perhaps he was never meant to have a family in the first place. At the end of the second week, after returning to Privet Drive, Harry began to wonder if perhaps he deserved it. Maybe he had done something unforgivable in a past life, and now had to be punished for it in his own private hell. Perhaps he deserved to be trapped there, where there was nothing for him but loneliness, spending his days steeped in anger and self-hatred, afraid to sleep and face the dreams that would come. As the days passed, this thought made more and more sense, because his dreams of the graveyard, of Cedric, of Voldemort, and of his parents' ghosts began to blend with strange and disturbing visions. Endless black corridors with locked doors, a house with countless rooms whose narrow windows were always lashed with rain, and a dark cave by the sea. He had never seen the sea in real life. He told himself these were surely memories from that previous life in which he had committed some terrible sin, even though he knew it was ridiculous. But he couldn't think of another reason his friends would abandon him, why Sirius would stop caring. He couldn't understand why the graveyard, Voldemort, and Cedric were disappearing from his dreams, shifting instead into strange visions of places he'd never visited and people he'd never met, from some other world where perhaps they had never existed at all. It might have been comforting if those dreams weren't so bizarre and terrifying, filled with an inexplicable, suffocating dread. He was sitting on one of the swings in the playground after his uncle had caught him trying to listen to the news and thrown him out. The sun had already started to set, but it was still unbearably hot. His shirt clung to his back, and his hair, badly in need of a cut, was damp with sweat. He longed for a shower, but didn't dare return to number 4 and face his uncle's wrath. On the far side of the park, a group of younger children played with water guns, happy and carefree. It disgusted him. This whole town disgusted him. The children were laughing and shouting, and for some reason it made him think of Cedric. Cedric had always laughed, always enjoyed himself with his many friends, always seemed to love life. Harry couldn't help but feel it should have been him who died and Cedric who lived. At least one of them might have had the chance to go on loving life after that night in the graveyard. The familiar, hated voices of Dudley and his gang drifted towards him from the park gate. They hadn't spotted him yet, slouched between the broken swings, and part of him secretly wished they would, that they'd come over and try to bully him like they used to when they were kids. Let them try, a voice in him said. His scar began to ache. Lately he'd begun to think he ought to get back at Dudley for what he'd done to him as a child. He'd never really thought about it before that summer, even though he'd had plenty of reasons to. Now it just seemed like a good idea, the right thing to do. He could hurt him, humiliate him, make him feel the way he had felt. "What are you staring at?" one of Dudley's friends shouted. Harry thought he might have dozed off for a moment. It felt like he'd been shaken awake. The scar didn't hurt so much anymore. He couldn't quite remember why he thought he should get revenge on Dudley. Even as his gang tried to goad Harry, Dudley didn't join in, offering weak excuses for not hitting his cousin. He was afraid of him, hadn't dared touch him since Harry started at Hogwarts. Why would Harry want to hurt him? It seemed childish, pointless. He enjoyed teasing Dudley as they walked back to his aunt and uncle's house. Darkness had fallen suddenly, as if the sun had simply dropped from the sky. They walked with a safe distance between them, as if Dudley didn't want to be seen in his company. Harry figured he couldn't blame him. No one seemed to want his company lately, except Hedwig. When the street lamps in the narrow alley flickered out all at once, Harry thought he'd done it, that his anger at Dudley for mentioning Cedric and his parents, at himself, for crying out their names in his sleep like a child, had triggered accidental magic. But then he felt the cold and realized what was really happening. He drew his wand. These days he always carried it, even though he wasn't allowed to use it, knowing he had to act fast. Adrenaline surged into his bloodstream, and for the first time in weeks, he felt calm, composed. It felt good, good enough to convince him he could drive the Dementors away before the ice reached his heart. "Stop it!" Dudley's hysterical scream hit him just a fraction of a second before the punch. Pain exploded in his face so sharply he didn't even feel himself hit the pavement. His glasses shattered and cut into his skin, the bleeding slashes stinging. His wand rolled away. "You bloody idiot!" he yelled, groping blindly for it. But it was no use. It was too late. They were closing in on him from both ends of the alley, two towering, terrifying shadows. The puddles froze over, the clouds swallowed the stars. Somewhere in the infinite dark, a woman screamed, begging for mercy for her son. Dudley cowered between two bins, sobbing as his worst memories overwhelmed him, stripping away every shred of hope. The Dementors hovered over his plump body with grotesque curiosity, as though wondering if his happy memories were as plump and juicy as his flesh. Harry could do nothing but watch, his wand forgotten. Was this what it felt like to die, to know it was the end, to feel the shadows wrap around you? If so, it wasn't so bad. There was something comforting in the darkness, the very thing he'd avoided so religiously for the past few weeks. The dark was good. And it wasn't that he would die, he would go on living, just without all the anger and pain. Yes, the Dementor's kiss was starting to seem like something very tempting. His soul would leave his body, join his parents' souls, the ones he longed to see again with every breath since that night in the graveyard. He wouldn't have to feel any more. He would be pure and free. He would be perfect, just like them. He began to imagine, vividly, what would happen after the gaping black mouth clamped down on his and sucked out his soul. He imagined the Ministry of Magic arriving in the Muggle street, Mr. Weasley the one to find him there, soulless like an empty shell. He saw Ron and Hermione sitting by his hospital bed, trying to talk to him, but he couldn't hear them anymore. They felt so guilty, so full of regret for ignoring him all summer. He saw Sirius in his dog form curled up at his feet, swearing never return to human form again, because the sight of Harry like this was too much to bear. He could see, with almost surreal clarity, as though he'd seen it in a film, Ginny, Weasley crying over him in her Gryffindor dormitory. Then he saw Dumbledore standing over him, blue fire blazing in his eyes, just like the night Voldemort returned. And he said to Harry something Professor Lupin had once told him: "Your parents died so that you could live." He saw his parents smiling at him from amidst the snowflakes in the picture. It felt like he was there with them, watching from the side but unable to be seen. And the white flakes weren't snow at all. They were burning ash that seared his skin, forcing him awake. The Dementor hovered directly above him, drawing back its hood with awful tenderness, revealing its gaping, hungry mouth. There was nothing comforting about it, or even frightening. It was simply a wretched, tormented creature whose hunger knew no end. Harry seized his wand. His parents were still standing by the frozen fountain, in that sweet, perfect world that never changed, that would always be there for him. A world where he would always be loved. Expecto Patronum. The silver stag leapt forward, as though it had been impatiently waiting to be summoned. The Dementor shielded its face in terror and fled from the silver spirit. Then the Patronus turned on the second Dementor, which had already tilted Dudley's white face upwards, ready to give him the kiss. They vanished as if swallowed by the dark. The street lamps flickered and came back on. Somewhere, cheerful voices drifted from an open window, and a dog barked. The moon shimmered in the blue-gray sky. Harry was panting like he'd just finished a marathon. The cold sweat on his skin made him shiver in the evening air. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew he'd broken the law, but the rush of power in his veins was stronger. He didn't want to think about the consequences. For the first time in weeks, he felt fully in control of his life. Master banished the Dementors. Billy was scared. Billy is grateful to Master. Harry, who had just approached to check on Dudley sprawled on the pavement, thought for a second the thin voice had come from his cousin. He turned in surprise and saw a house elf, who had apparently been hiding behind one of the bins, looking at him with unmistakable admiration. Like all house elves, she had huge brown eyes, bat-like ears, and a tiny nose. Dirty brown skin was stretched over spindly limbs and high cheekbones. But unlike Darby or any other elf Harry had met, she was dressed quite respectably in a loose dark blue tunic. On the front was embroidered, in white and gold thread, an elaborate symbol, an equilateral triangle pointing upwards, and at its center the head of a stag, its antlers extending beyond the triangle's edges. Harry had never seen the emblem before, but if he had to guess, he'd have said it belonged to some noble family, or more likely, a respectable wizarding one. "What's going on?" Harry asked, lacking any better way to understand what had just happened. Dementors, and now a house elf in the middle of Wisteria Walk. Billy sensed Master was in danger, said the house elf, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Billy hurried to help, but Billy was scared of the Dementors. But now it's safe. Billy can take Master home. Harry was just about to ask how she knew he was in danger, and which house exactly she was talking about, when hurried footsteps echoed at the end of the alleyway. He quickly concealed his wand. With a loud pop, Billy vanished. Harry was stunned to see that the intruder was none other than Mrs. Figg, the old spinster the Dursleys always left him with whenever they went away and didn't want to take him along. He was even more surprised when she shrieked, "Don't put that away, you silly boy." "What if there are more of them around?" Ah, I'm going to kill Mundungus Fletcher. The next few minutes were especially strange. Harry would never have guessed that Mrs. Figg was a squib, though that certainly explained why she'd never seemed shocked or upset when he performed accidental magic as a child, unlike his aunt and uncle, and that she'd actually been living on Privet Drive because Dumbledore had sent her to keep watch over number 4. Stranger still was the encounter with that shady-looking wizard, Mundungus Fletcher, who was apparently supposed to be guarding him that night. Harry thought to himself, though he didn't say it to Mrs. Figg, that if Dumbledore was sending people like that to watch over him, he really shouldn't be surprised if they failed to keep Dementors away. He would have rather faced the Dementors again than gone back to the house, but he had to get the unconscious Dudley home, and he needed somewhere to hide in case the Dementors came back. His aunt and uncle were not pleased with Dudley's condition, to say the least. It didn't help that he kept blaming Harry for what had happened, as he hadn't seen the Dementors himself, and Uncle Vernon yelled at him every time an owl flew in with another message, from the Ministry, Mr. Weasley, or Sirius. After a howler arrived, which Harry suspected had come from Dumbledore himself, he was banished to his room. He slammed the door behind him, then realized he had nothing to do. He began pacing back and forth like an animal in a cage. Only after several minutes of mentally reliving the evening's bizarre events did he notice Sirius's note was still clutched tightly in his fist. "Whatever you do, don't leave the house." He crumpled the note. Thanks a lot, he thought bitterly, as though he didn't already know he had to stay inside after nearly having his soul sucked out. He took a piece of parchment, dipped his quill into the ink, and was about to scribble a note to Ron and Hermione. But he paused, leaning over his desk with quill in hand. They hadn't told him anything since leaving Hogwarts. Why should he tell them what had happened? Maybe they deserved a taste of the uncertainty he'd been dealing with. Maybe it was their turn to sit in the dark, not knowing what was going on. He collapsed onto the narrow bed, realizing suddenly that his whole body ached. He touched his face where Dudley had hit him. It hurt, and dried blood stained his fingers. A wave of exhaustion overcame him, dragging him down like an anchor. But he didn't want to sleep. He wasn't ready to face the nightmares again. He read Sirius's note one more time before throwing it against the wall. Hedwig hooted from her cage as the ball of parchment nearly hit her. They'd nearly snapped his wand. He might get expelled from Hogwarts, and this was all his godfather had to say. Be a good boy and stay home. Some response, considering that in a few weeks they could both be fugitives together. He squeezed his eyes shut, pressing his hands to his face even though it hurt. The pain kept him grounded, helped him stay in the present, rather than sinking into horrific visions of what might happen on the 12th of August. The thought of being expelled from Hogwarts, losing his wand, and living the rest of his life as a Muggle was unbearable. If he'd eaten anything that day, he would have been sick. After everything he'd endured, being cast out of the wizarding world. That was at least as terrible as the Dementor's kiss. He sat up sharply. His whole body buzzed with dread and unease, like waking from a particularly dreadful nightmare. He had to get out. But where could he go? The burrow? No, even if he weren't cross with Ron, he couldn't ask his parents to harbor a wanted criminal. Hermione's house. Her parents were Muggles. They wouldn't know what he'd done, but what would happen once Hermione went back to Hogwarts? He couldn't stay with them. Maybe he could find Sirius. It might be nice to share exile with someone. But he had a feeling his godfather would send him straight back to Dumbledore. What power did a fugitive have against the headmaster of Hogwarts? And just the thought of Dumbledore stirred a searing, uncontainable anger in Harry that he didn't even understand. But there was another possibility. He was still thinking about the strange house, elf who had appeared in the alley, the one who'd claimed she wanted to take him away, take him home. It was an odd idea, almost laughable, and yet. He stood up. He wasn't sure it would work, but it couldn't hurt to try. Feeling a bit foolish, he called out, "Billy." The finely dressed house elf appeared instantly in his room with a pop. "Did Master call for Billy?" she asked sweetly. Is Master ready to go? Harry studied the triangular crest and the stag's head. He wanted to believe it, really wanted to, but he didn't want to get his hopes up for nothing. He asked Billy, "Who do you work for?" "Billy is the very, very devoted house elf of the Potter family, Master," she replied proudly. So he'd been right. The stag was the Potter family crest. But if that were true, where had Billy been all those years he'd spent with the Dursleys? "Why are you here now?" he asked, trying to keep his voice calm. "I've been in danger loads of times before, but you never came. I'm not angry," he added quickly, seeing the panic rise in her eyes as though she thought she'd failed him. "I just want to know what's changed." "Billy is very, very sorry, young master," the house elf pleaded, on the verge of tears. "They put Billy to sleep. Billy didn't want to, but she had to. That's the law." "Who put you to sleep?" Harry asked, and then another, more important question came to him. "Who woke you up?" "Billy woke up because Master Potter returned," she said joyfully, wiping tears from her enormous eyes. "Returned? I didn't go anywhere," Harry said, but Billy didn't seem inclined or able to explain further what she meant. "All right," he said finally, taking a deep breath. He looked around the tiny room with mixed feelings. He couldn't hear his aunt and uncle, but he knew they were still in the house. He certainly didn't want to stay, but he had to, or did he? Maybe he was tired of doing what he had to do. Maybe, just this once, he should do something for himself, not what everyone else expected of him. "Can you take me away from here?" he asked Billy. "Right now, straight away," she replied, standing tall, as if ready to carry out an important task. "Shall Billy pack for young master?" Harry nodded. He wasn't sure he could speak. Billy snapped her thin fingers, and all of Harry's belongings arranged themselves neatly inside his trunk. It shut and locked itself, which usually took Harry quite a while, and perched neatly on top were his firebolt and Hedwig's cage, the owl hooting in polite confusion. "We're going on a little trip," Harry told her to calm her increasing nervousness, and his own. "Where exactly are we going?" he asked Billy, his voice uncertain. "Home," she replied, and with a snap of her fingers, Harry Potter vanished from number 4, Privet Drive. Chapter 7. Some Things Never Change. James woke up suddenly. It might have been because he had slept in a very uncomfortable position on an armchair, or perhaps it was the endless stream of thoughts that seemed to boil at the edge of his consciousness, just waiting for him to wake up so they could start bothering him again. He sat up stiffly, his back and neck throbbing, and rubbed his face thoroughly to wake himself before putting on his glasses. That was when he discovered the real reason for his sudden alertness. Sirius was standing in the doorway, motioning for him to come and talk. James checked his watch. It was 7:15. Clearly, Sirius thought he'd had enough sleep, and since he wasn't likely to fall asleep again anyway, the armchair that had seemed so soft and inviting the night before was now unforgivingly uncomfortable. He figured he might as well use the time to catch up with Sirius. He made sure Lily and Emily were still sleeping peacefully in the double bed before quietly getting up and slipping out of the room, closing the door gently behind him. He turned to Sirius and smiled, even though he hadn't quite recovered from the shock of how much his friend had changed. The man who had once been so handsome and magnetic was now no more than a pale, sorrowful shadow of his former captivating self. James didn't want to admit it, but the truth was Sirius now bore a striking resemblance to his father, Mr. Black, who in his lifetime had been a gaunt and serious-looking wizard, much like Sirius was now. "You don't have to look so sad every time you see me," Sirius said, seeing straight through the encouraging smile. "Sorry, mate," James replied, though he wasn't particularly sorry. He had forgotten how well Sirius could read him, better even than Lily. In their youth that had annoyed him, but now it brought him comfort. He'd had plenty of friends in his Muggle life, especially at the police station, where he'd been surrounded by loyal and trustworthy colleagues. But even then, he'd always felt something missing, a vague sense of loss, as if he'd thrown a party and the guest of honor never turned up. Now he understood why, deep down, He'd always missed his friends from his previous life, the ones even Snape's most advanced spells hadn't been able to erase from his memory. "Let's go down to the kitchen," Sirius whispered. "Looks like you could use a cup of coffee." James, who had only managed a few hours of sleep and was still suffering from jet lag, followed him without protest. The rest of the residents were still asleep, and the place was wrapped in a sleepy morning stillness, broken only by the ticking of old clocks and the creaking of the floorboards, beneath which James occasionally sensed something scurrying. He had visited 12 Grimmauld Place a few times in his youth. After he was sorted into Gryffindor, Sirius's parents had been relieved that at least he had a friend that came from a pure-blood family, however controversial. The place had always been unpleasant and slightly frightening, but never neglected. Now, the peeling wallpaper, threadbare carpets, and the blackened portraits of the Black ancestors all spoke of a faded grandeur. "Did you ever think you'd come back here?" James asked, mainly because Sirius's uncharacteristic silence was starting to weigh on him. "No," Sirius replied firmly and darkly. James began to feel slightly uneasy. "Keep quiet in the entrance hall. My mother's portrait wakes up and starts screaming if there's too much noise." James was extremely curious to see what would happen if they did make noise, but he obeyed his friend and kept silent. They descended into the kitchen, which, despite being located in the windowless basement, somehow managed to feel a bit more welcoming. Personal items left on the huge dining table, a cloak draped over one of the chairs, and a half-unraveled ball of yarn on the floor created a homely, lived-in atmosphere in what otherwise could have been a very hostile space. Sirius placed a kettle over the flames in the brick fireplace, then went to one of the cupboards and took out coffee and a bottle of fire whiskey. "Isn't it a bit early to start drinking?" James asked, trying to sound casual as Sirius poured coffee into one cup and whiskey into another. Sirius had always had a fondness for the bottle, but drinking at 7 in the morning was another matter entirely. "I haven't slept yet," Sirius replied coolly. "So for me, it's still last night." James wasn't quite sure how to respond to that. He supposed it must be hard to sleep well after what Sirius had been through. Sirius had always suffered from nightmares, and they'd surely gotten worse now. Sirius made a valiant attempt to smile at him over his shoulder, but it wasn't much of an encouraging smile. With each passing moment, James began to grasp the enormity and finality of the change in his friend. And with that understanding, one feeling rose to the surface of the tangled mess of thoughts and emotions that had been swirling in him since the previous night, standing out above all the rest: guilt. "You all right?" Sirius asked, handing him the coffee. "Yeah," James said immediately. He wasn't usually one to lie, but this didn't feel like the right time to bring up the fact that he blamed himself for what had happened to Sirius. Sirius had begged for forgiveness the night before, but the truth was, it was James who should have apologized. He could have testified in Sirius's defense, said he wasn't the secret keeper, that Peter was the traitor, but he had let his friend down when he'd needed him most. "So what do you lot do around here to pass the time?" He changed the subject as the silence started to grow heavy, taking a sip of the coffee even though it was scalding. It was awful coffee. "Come meet a friend of mine," Sirius said, leaving the kitchen. James followed him, wondering who on earth he was talking about. Sirius led him upstairs to the 4th floor and into one of the rooms that James remembered had belonged to Sirius's mother, through a pair of grand, well-kept oak doors. James certainly wasn't expecting what he saw inside. On the enormous, once luxurious bed, its sheets now stained and shredded, sat a hippogriff. As soon as Sirius entered, the creature leapt to its feet like an eager pet awaiting its meal. Sirius approached and stroked its feathered grey head as if it really were just a friendly dog, and not a beast that could easily tear a man to pieces if it chose to. "This is Buckbeak," Sirius explained. "We're both fugitives together." "What did he do?" James asked, still stunned by the creature's presence in the house. He had an uncle who once tried to tame a hippogriff, and it hadn't ended well. He started to suspect Buckbeak might somehow know this, because the beast was eyeing him suspiciously with its large golden eyes. Scratched some kid, Lucius Malfoy's son. They were going to execute him, but he managed to escape. Executed for a scratch. I see there's still no justice in the world, James said. He didn't know Lucius Malfoy well, but he certainly knew his reputation. And if his son was even half the prat his father was, it wasn't surprising the poor creature had been condemned so unfairly. Can I pet him? You need to bow first. James set his coffee down and gave a deep bow. The hippogriff bowed back, and he cautiously approached to stroke it. So, what did you want to tell me without Lily hearing? He asked. Sirius looked like he'd rather put the conversation off a bit longer, but he knew he couldn't hide the truth from James. He walked over to one of the windows, taking a long swig of whiskey. In the morning light, his face looked much older. James's heart clenched with grief. Answer me honestly, Sirius started. James was about to say he always answered honestly, but Sirius pressed on. Before, what happened to you and Lily when Harry was a baby? Did you know about the prophecy? That damned prophecy again. James pretended to busy himself with straightening the feathers on Buckbeak's neck to hide his rising anger. Honestly, he was sick of hearing about it. In the weeks since he and his wife had witnessed Voldemort's return and seen their son face him, every time Emily left the room or they were lying in bed unable to sleep, Lily would bring up the prophecy. Did what they saw mean it was true? That the prophecy Dumbledore had shared with them almost 15 years ago really was Harry's fate, to defeat Lord Voldemort. It infuriated James, though he always kept his composure and told her the same thing he'd told her all those years ago, when Harry had just been born and Dumbledore had persuaded them to go into hiding. Prophecies are just prophecies. Prongs, Sirius prompted when James didn't respond. Yes, we knew, he replied shortly, though he'd meant to stay calm. And how'd Doyle know about it? Dumbledore told the Order. Not all the details, but the general idea. Why didn't you? Why didn't I tell you about the prophecy? James cut him off with a hard voice. I don't know. Maybe for the same reason I didn't tell you I dreamt once that I was the Minister of Magic. It's a prophecy. Just because someone says something will happen doesn't make it so. So you don't believe it's a true prophecy? Sirius asked in a dark tone. You don't believe the part that about a power he knows not? Do you? James shot back, irritated. For a moment, Sirius looked like he might respond in kind, but kept his composure, yet another trait that had never characterized him. He sipped the whiskey and stared out the window again. James realized he had raised his voice. He took a deep breath and said calmly, It's not like you to believe in superstition, Padfoot. You know full well that a prophecy means nothing unless someone believes it will come true. The only reason Lily and I hid Harry was because, for some reason, Voldemort believed in it and thought he had to stop it from being fulfilled. His voice trailed off. He didn't like thinking about it. Now Sirius turned to look at him with a piercing gaze. So you don't believe the prophecy will come true? Didn't you hear what I said? There's no such thing as... I'm scared, Prongs, Sirius interrupted. His voice was steady, but his eyes were bright and burning. I don't care about Voldemort. I don't even care that much about the Order. Honestly, the whole world can go to hell for all I care. But I'm scared for Harry. James opened his mouth to reply, only to realize he had no idea what to say. Sirius turned away again. When I made you his godfather, James said at last, feeling guilty for the way he'd snapped, I never thought your role would involve more than buying him expensive presents and teaching him how to charm girls. I never thought you'd actually have to try being his father one day. And don't ever think about saying you failed, he added as Sirius made to speak. You've done more for my family than anyone could ever ask. I'll always be grateful to you, Padfoot. Sirius nodded without hesitation, looking like he was on the verge of tears again. James certainly hoped he wouldn't cry. He still hadn't recovered from the previous night and wasn't sure he could hold himself together again. So he felt an enormous wave of relief when there was a knock at the door, and Remus peeked in. "Starting without me," he joked, stepping inside and shutting the door behind him. Buckbeak watched him suspiciously until he bowed. "I didn't want to wake you. You finally got a decent night's sleep," Sirius said, then added for James's benefit. "Mooney's been doing a lot of work for the Order, especially at night." "Not that I got much sleep anyway," Remus replied, and his sunken eyes confirmed he was telling the truth. "Is that coffee?" "You can have it," James said, gesturing to his abandoned cup. "Sirius makes terrible coffee." "That's low, Prongs," Sirius replied. To James's relief, all the heaviness from their previous conversation seemed to have dissipated. "It's all right. It's an acquired taste," Remus said, hiding a smile behind the mug. "Et tu, Mooney?" Sirius asked in mock betrayal, though a small smile lingered on his lips. James smiled too. Some things never change. "So, what were you two talking about?" Remus asked, leaning against Mrs. Black's old wardrobe. He always had a knack for knowing when something was up with his friends. "We were planning how to clear Sirius's name," James said quickly, before Sirius could bring up the prophecy. "Now that I'm back, I can testify that Peter was the secret keeper." Remus looked as though he was considering this seriously. "I don't want to rain on your parade." "You always do," James cut in, collapsing heavily into a nearby armchair, which puffed up a cloud of dust as he landed. "But I was thinking about it myself last night, and I don't think it'll be that simple. Your testimony would definitely cast Sirius in a better light, but you can't prove he didn't kill all those Muggles in trying to take revenge on Peter." "He's right, Prongs," Sirius said as James opened his mouth to argue. "And right now, no one outside the Order can know that you and Lily are alive," Remus continued seriously. "Why not?" "Think about it, Prongs. Harry doesn't know the truth yet. You wouldn't want him finding it out from Thedley Prophet, would you?" James, who had a hard time imagining his young son reading Thedley Prophet, conceded. "Fair point." "Which brings us to the question," Remus said, now looking mostly at Sirius. "How are we going to break the news to Harry?" Sirius looked like the very thought of that conversation terrified him, but he didn't have to answer because just then the door burst open. Two girls entered the room and froze when they saw Sirius standing by the window. "Sorry, Sirius, we didn't know you were in here," said a girl with bushy brown hair before spotting James. Her hand flew to her mouth as if to stifle a scream. Her friend, a freckled ginger-haired girl carrying a large pot, stared at him with unconcealed curiosity. "You're Harry's dad," she said in awe, as though he were some rare and wondrous creature. "So they say," he replied smoothly, "although no one's ever actually called me that. People usually just call me James." She looked amazed, as if she hadn't thought he was capable of speech at all. "Ginny," she introduced herself enthusiastically. "And this is Hermione, are you crying?" The other girl, Hermione, wiped her eyes with her sleeve, but couldn't stop the tears. James thought that if one more person cried at the sight of him, he might start taking it personally. "I'm sorry," she murmured. "It's just that. I'm so happy. Something good is finally happening to Harry." Ginny tried to comfort her until Buckbeak gave an impatient grunt, eager for his meal. Ginny curtsied to him and then placed the pot she had been carrying down on the floor by his feet. It was filled with what looked like leftovers from dinner. The hippogriff shoved his beak into the pot and devoured his meal hungrily. Meanwhile, Hermione managed to get hold of herself and gave James a sheepish, apologetic smile. James smiled back, though he still felt slightly unsettled by her reaction. "Mum's making breakfast. You better come down before Ron and the twins eat everything," said Ginny, guiding Hermione out of Buckbeak's room. Ginny's the youngest daughter of Marley and Arthur Weasley, members of the Order, and Hermione is Harry's friend from school, Remus explained, noting James's confused expression. Then, turning to Sirius, he said, "Did you notice they recognized him straight away?" "Well, it's hard not to notice the resemblance," Sirius replied. Yes, but they're supposed to think James is dead, so how can he be sitting here? Said Remus. I had my suspicions, but now I'm sure. They've been eavesdropping on the meetings. You might be right, Sirius said, then grinned mischievously. Looks like you'll need to have a chat with them, Professor. Wait, what? Said James, whose thoughts had drifted to Harry. He snapped back to attention at the title, Professor. As they made their way down to the kitchen for breakfast, Sirius and Remus filled him in, Sirius with great enthusiasm, and Remus with considerable embarrassment, about Remus's brief stint as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. I had to resign at the end of that year, Remus said quietly as they crossed the entrance hall. One night I forgot to take the wolfsbane potion. It's a new invention, a potion that allows a werewolf to retain his mind even during the full moon, and I transformed on the grounds the night we caught Peter. Because of me, he got away. Worse still, Harry and his friends were there. I could have bitten any one of them. I left the next day. And it didn't help that Snape told the whole school Remus was a werewolf, Sirius added bitterly. Snape, James asked loudly. What's he got to do with it? Remus and Sirius both shushed him. From further down the hall came a loud snore from behind a moth-eaten curtain. He teaches at Hogwarts, Sirius said, leading James down the stairs to the kitchen. Can you believe it? Snape, a teacher. For a moment, James was too stunned to speak. Snape, a professor at Hogwarts. Sirius must mean he works there, maybe as a caretaker or something. What kind of sane person would let Snape teach children? James had in his mind to speak to Dumbledore about getting the greasy git fired after the stunt he pulled with him and Lily. He meant to share the idea with his friends, but just then they entered the kitchen, and he immediately spotted Lily talking with a ginger-haired woman in her late 40s. The woman, plump and with a warm, motherly appearance, was cooing over Emily, who stood next to her mother and looked as if she were on the verge of falling asleep on her feet. Lily noticed James and smiled. It was astonishing how nothing, not sorrow, not utter exhaustion, could make her look any less beautiful or radiant. He wondered if, even when they were 100 years old, he'd still think she was perfect, and he knew the answer was yes. He would never stop admiring her, would never forget how lucky he was that this wise and wonderful woman had chosen him. That's why, years ago, he'd vowed never to mention Snape's name. Snape, who had always been a sore spot between him and his wife, unless absolutely necessary. He wanted very much to kiss her then, but the fact that they were surrounded by so many people, and that it felt like everyone was watching him, stopped him. In addition to Ginny and Hermione, the room held a tall, thin man with a receding hairline and ginger hair. James didn't think he'd ever seen so many redheads in one place, and 3 ginger-haired boys. 2 of them were clearly twins and were whispering to each other while looking at James with great curiosity. The younger boy, who, despite his age, was nearly as tall as James, looked at him with a mixture of interest and suspicion. The balding man stepped forward and shook James's hand eagerly, introducing himself as Arthur Weasley. He then introduced the plump woman as his wife, Marley. James recognized her maiden name, Prowett, and remembered her brothers, Gideon and Fabian, who had died during a mission for the Order in the last war, though he didn't mention it. Sirius took James aside while Lily was still chatting with Marley. Emily trailed behind him with an unusually shy expression and introduced him to the tall boy. This is Ron, Harry's friend. His best mate, Ron corrected him, still eyeing James suspiciously. And what are we, the neighbors from across the road? One of the twins chimed in. These are Fred and George, Sirius added, sounding bored. One of the twins, James didn't bother trying to tell them apart, checked that their parents were distracted at the other end of the kitchen before asking eagerly, Your prongs, right? Yes, James answered slowly, glancing at Sirius. Fred and George got the Marauders map from Filch, his friend explained. Oh, James said, secretly impressed. He and his friends had never had time to try to retrieve the map, before leaving Hogwarts. Planning such a thing had been particularly difficult because Lily, while she had admired the complexity of the magic involved, had always insisted that no student should have such a tool. She had taken her prefect duties very seriously. "Do you still have it? I'd love to see it again." "No, we gave it to Harry," one of the twins said, "so he could." "Lily and James haven't met Harry yet. They don't need to know what rules he's broken," Remus interrupted, having just finished paying the owl that delivered the morning's daily profit. "And you too. Don't disappear after breakfast. We need to talk." "Oh no, we're in trouble, Fred," George said cheerfully. "You're not in trouble," Remus said sternly, "but you will be if you keep eavesdropping on order meetings." Just then, Molly came over to the table with plates piled high with fried eggs, sausages, and toast, and the twins, who had looked ready to argue, fell silent at once. James and Lily spent the whole day catching up with Sirius and Remus. They weren't quite sure how to keep Emily entertained, until Molly volunteered to take her under her wing so she could spend the day with the rest of the children, who were busy clearing the house of dark objects. "Too many idle hours can be dangerous for children their age," Molly told them when the children were out of earshot, and James didn't like the implication that she felt the need to give them parenting advice. As soon as they began talking, the conversation flowed naturally from Voldemort's first defeat and returned to lighter topics, and the hours passed almost without notice. Lily was unusually quiet, and James had the feeling she wasn't really listening most of the time. Her green eyes wandered to the dusty windows or the low-burning fire in the hearth, her gaze glazed. It was only when Sirius started telling them about Harry's exploits at school that she seemed to come alive, listening to the stories while biting her nails, an old habit she had long since broken. Every time she did it, James grabbed her hand and held it tightly. Her anxiety saddened him. He wished that she, like him, could feel proud hearing about their son's achievements in Quidditch and the dangers he had escaped time and again with such skill, rather than fear and dread. Towards 10 o'clock, Remus put on his coat and got ready to leave. When James asked where he was going, he replied, "I need to keep an eye on Nymphadora Tonks. She's a new member of the Order. Very young, and Dumbledore worries she might be a bit too chatty." "She won't talk," Sirius said, sounding insulted. "And she's older than we were when we joined the Order." "Yeah, but we had each other. She's got no one to talk to. It's a hard secret to keep to yourself," Remus said, and when Sirius looked ready to argue, he added, "Mad Eye agrees with you, which probably means she's trustworthy. But it doesn't matter. I've already promised Dumbledore I'd do it. I'll be back in time for the meeting." With those words, he left the headquarters. Evening came quickly, bringing with it the Order meeting. James hadn't expected to feel this way, but in truth, he could barely contain his excitement. Lily was still on edge. The meeting was expected to revolve around planning how to get Harry safely to the headquarters. James wished she wouldn't attend. He didn't know how he'd cope if her anxiety worsened upon hearing what dangers awaited their son outside his aunt and uncle's house. But he also knew there was no way of convincing her to stay out of that discussion. The meeting was held in the kitchen, just as the sun was setting. James and Lily stopped by Emily's room to tell her they were heading into the meeting and would see her when it was over. Emily looked delighted in the company of her two new friends, and there was no sign of the shyness she had shown that morning, before heading downstairs to the kitchen. All eyes turned to them as they entered. James told himself he'd have to get used to that. He recognized many of the Order members from the last time around, Sturgis Podmore, Hester Jones, Mad-Eye Moody, and they greeted him with hearty handshakes and twinkling eyes, perhaps not Mad-Eye, who growled something at him while his magical eye spun rapidly, and James demanded to know what the hell had happened to his nose. The new Order members were more intriguing. Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had been 3 years below James at Hogwarts and had played keeper for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was now the Auror in charge of the hunt for Sirius. Bill Weasley, Arthur and Marley's eldest, who worked for Gringotts, and Nymphadora Tonks, who insisted on being called Tonks, an aura and a metamorph magus. As the Order members sat around the huge wooden kitchen table awaiting Dumbledore's arrival, James looked around and thought that, with all due respect to wizards like Podmore, it was clear that the future of the Order lay in the hands of its newest recruits. The time was 1 minute to 8. The members began glancing at the fireplace, waiting impatiently for Dumbledore's arrival. Remus stood by the door, casting what looked like a sealing charm on it. Despite the serious talk he'd had with the twins that morning, it seemed he still didn't trust their promise not to eavesdrop any more. Tonks was watching him with interest, her face resting on her hand. Sirius rocked back and forth in his chair restlessly, and Lily was biting her nails again. Seconds before 8, green flames erupted in the fireplace, but to the disappointment of the Order and James's clear dismay, it was only Snape, draped in a traveling cloak of deep black. He sat down at the far end of the table, avoiding eye contact with anyone. Lily stopped biting her nails and sat up straight. A moment later, the flames flared again, and this time it was Dumbledore who stepped out. He cast a calming gaze over the Order members, and when his eyes landed on Lily and James, he smiled. "We'll begin the meeting at once," the headmaster said, taking his place at the head of the table. Marley Weasley set a quill to parchment at the end of a long scroll, and it began to record the meeting. "We have many matters to discuss tonight. But first, I'm pleased to welcome back two of the Order's longest-serving members, Lily and James Potter." James smiled and nodded at the clapping members. Lily smiled shyly until her eyes fell on Snape, and the smile vanished. Snape stared resolutely into the corner of the room. James sincerely hoped things would remain that way between them forever. "Now, without further delay, let us move to the first and most pressing matter of this meeting," Dumbledore continued, "and that is Harry Potter." Upstairs, the front door burst open with a bang and slammed against the wall. The portrait of Sirius's mother began shrieking and cursing at the top of her lungs. Sirius stood to silence it, but before he could leave the room, a hunched figure came bursting in. It was a short wizard with a sagging belly, wearing filthy, tattered robes. His face was covered in stubble, and his small eyes were bloodshot. He was panting as if he'd run a marathon and seemed unable to speak. After a few confused moments, James recognized him. It was Mundungus Fletcher, who had once served as Sirius's informant among the criminal world when the Order was last active. "What is it, Mundungus?" Dumbledore asked sternly. "Why are you not watching Harry?" There were." He mumbled something unintelligible, squeaking every time he tried to breathe. He looked like he was about to faint. "Spit it out," Sirius snapped at him, suddenly looking very pale. "There were Dement." Mundungus clutched his chest in a pitiful display and finally managed to shout, "Dementors." Chapter 8, Top Secret. Tonks stood waiting alongside dozens of other Ministry of Magic employees for the lift to arrive, struggling to stop herself from smiling. The witches and wizards around her yawned with the tiredness of an early morning or chatted softly amongst themselves. But she, despite only having slept a few hours that night, didn't feel tired at all. If Mad-Eye could see her now, he would no doubt scold her for not taking her new responsibility seriously. But she was taking it seriously, very seriously. She was just happy that, for once, someone finally appreciated her. For the first time in her life, she'd been let in on the secret, considered good and important enough to be part of the group, and it felt great. She got out of the lift on the second floor, following behind a group of seasoned auras, and didn't even feel a pang of resentment at the knowledge that they'd be discussing their exciting investigations, while she had mountains of paperwork waiting on her desk. None of those auras were members of the Order of the Phoenix. She walked to her cubicle with a spring in her step, glancing casually into Kingsley's as she passed. He seemed to be out today. Only the wanted posters of Sirius remained, glowering back at her. She smirked, and when two other female auras approached from the other direction, she quickly pretended to yawn. Her mother, Sirius's cousin, had always insisted he'd been wrongfully convicted, that there was no way he could have killed all those people. She only regretted that she couldn't tell her Sheknu Sirius was innocent and that she'd had dinner with him the night before. "Morning, Tonks," said Raymond Hawkins, her cubicle mate, as she squeezed through the narrow gap between the desks to reach her chair. "I like your shirt." Beneath her aura robes, Tonks was wearing a plain T-shirt with a paint splatter pattern, nothing remarkable really. But Raymond always found something to compliment her on. The color she'd chosen for her hair that day, what she wore, how she smelled. Tonks was rather glad that Scrimgeour, the head of the department, had laid down very clear rules about romantic relationships within the Aura office. She was quite sure that if Hawkins weren't so religiously devoted to following rules, he'd have asked her out by now. She was glad he hadn't. She wasn't interested in him at all, wouldn't have had the heart to say so. The morning passed without event. It always did when it came to Tonks. She was rarely allowed out into the field with the more experienced auras, but today it grated more than usual. How could these auras sit there chatting comfortably while the darkest wizard of all time was roaming free? She chewed her quill, watching two auras from the special unit laughing just across the cubicle partition. True, Fudge had said there was nothing to Potter's story, that Dumbledore only supported him because he was mad, but being the minister didn't mean they had to follow him blindly. At the academy, Mad-Eye always said a good aura had to know when to follow orders and when to think. But apparently not even among her own year, she'd been the only one who truly paid attention to Alastair Moody's lectures. Just before 11 o'clock, Jackson Hyde appeared at the entrance to their cubicle, the rising star of the special unit for detainment of dark wizards. The bulk of the work, done by auras like Tonks and Raymond, involved doing the grunt work for auras like him, all while dreaming they might one day be like him. Besides being exceptionally talented, Hyde was also quite handsome, with grey eyes that had long since become the object of admiration for many in the department. Tonks, who often ended up doing his dirty work, was just grateful that most of the time he was reasonably polite, if a little smug. "Where's the report on the apothecaries selling powdered griffin bone?" he asked after the briefest of greetings. Raymond leapt to his feet and began rifling through his papers. Tonks, who happened to have the report by her elbow, handed it over and said, "Here it is. It's sorted by place of residence." "Good work, Tonks," Hyde said with a smile. Sometimes she felt he was nicer to her than to the other new auras. "As always." Tonks smiled back. Raymond looked as if he couldn't decide whether to be jealous of her or Hyde. Hyde gave her one last smile before turning to leave, then suddenly stopped at the cubicle entrance. "Can I help you?" he asked coldly. "Apologies, it seems I got turned around." Tonks looked up at the sound of the voice. She couldn't see who was speaking. Hyde was blocking the narrow passage, but she recognized that soft voice. "I'm trying to get to the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures." "I'm not surprised," Hyde said with ugly disdain. He stepped aside, and now Tonks could see the wizard he was speaking to. It was Remus Lupin. Tonks made a great effort to look as though she didn't know him, and he in turn didn't look at her at all, as though they'd never met. What was he doing here? "You're looking for level 4. 2 and 4 are both even numbers. Maybe that's what confused you." Raymond gave a nasty snigger. Tonks wanted desperately to tell him to shut up, but she knew she couldn't. She wasn't supposed to know Lupin. "I'll escort him," she said, standing up. "Visitors aren't allowed to walk around unaccompanied." "You're right," Hyde said sternly. "Yes, please escort Mr. Lupin out." Tonks squeezed out of the cubicle and began walking toward the exit. Remus followed. She glanced at him over her shoulder. How did Hyde know his name? But Remus gave her a warning look and muttered very softly, "Don't look at me." Tonks quickly turned forward, feeling slightly ashamed. Had she broken one of the Order's rules without realizing? Had he come to reprimand her? He looked serious, maybe even angry. Perhaps he'd come to expel her from the Order and wipe her memory. They waited for the lift in silence. Tonks started to sweat. They stepped inside, and she pressed the button for level 4. As the lift began to rise, Remus drew his wand and tapped the panel. The lift gave a groan and stopped. Tonks's hand flew to her own wand inside her robe pocket. She had agreed that if she betrayed the order, her memory would be erased, but that didn't mean she'd just let them do it. She felt an enormous wave of relief as Remus smiled at her. "You did well," he said. "Offering to escort me was a good move, but you could stand to work on your acting skills." Tonks exhaled, blowing strands of pink hair out of her face. "I thought you were here to wipe my memory, or kill me." He let out a raspy laugh. "Am I really that terrifying?" Tonks giggled. No, he wasn't frightening at all, not in his brown jumper and worn cloak. Even the faint scars on his face and the silver glint in his hair were rather charming. His eyes were golden, gentle, and intelligent, not the eyes of a ruthless assassin. "I just came to see how you're handling routine life," Remus said. "Normally Kingsley keeps an eye on you, but he's out today." Tonks wondered bitterly if someone was keeping tabs on all the Order members, and knew the answer was probably no. "It's only temporary," Remus added, as if reading her thoughts, "until you gain a bit more experience." Tonks nodded, trying to smile. She felt he was being truthful. "Who have you spoken to since last night?" he asked suddenly. Mad-Eye had told her she might sometimes be asked to recount her conversations, but only if the Order suspected a leak. "No one," she said defensively, then corrected herself. "Just my office mate and Hyde." When Remus looked a little surprised, she added, "Why are you surprised?" He looked slightly awkward. "You're a very sociable witch. I just assumed you had lots of friends." Knowing that by sociable he really meant chatty, she replied coolly, "I don't have any friends." She immediately regretted how she'd said it, because Remus looked rather uncomfortable. "Well," he said, tapping the panel again to restart the lift, "that's not quite true. You've got more friends than you realize, even if you can't be seen with them in public." That comment lifted Tonks's spirits considerably. She smiled at Remus, and he smiled back, just before the lift doors opened again, and he resumed pretending not to know her, with remarkable skill. No one else got in, just a few memos, and the lift continued upwards with only the two of them inside. "How do you know Hyde?" she asked, making use of the final moments they had to speak. "I don't, though it seems he knows me." Tonks frowned. "How could he know you?" Remus gave her a look of surprise. The lift began to slow, and his expression grew a little irritated. "Mad-Eye said you were a good aura," he told her with a faintly bitter smile. The doors opened, and he stepped out without another word. A wizard stepped in to take his place, and Tonks could only watch as Remus disappeared into the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. "Going up or down?" the wizard asked in a creaky voice. "Down," Tonks replied distractedly, a wave of bitterness washing over her. She knew there were no ranks in the Order, and it didn't matter what the others thought of her as long as Dumbledore wanted her in. But she couldn't help wondering if Remus thought she wasn't up to the job. When she got back to her office, she made an excuse to Raymond about needing something from the archive. Another young Aura was there, and Tonks pretended to search for something until she left. Then she went straight to the L section and rummaged through the scrolls until she found what she was looking for: Remus Lupin's criminal file. Hemistave 1. Surely that's how Hyde knew him, and let's see someone say she's not a good Aura. But when she unrolled the scroll, she was surprised to find that there was hardly anything there. Just a few personal details. Tonks lingered on the birth year, 1960. He was 13 years older than her, but no record of criminal activity. Only one line seemed to justify the file's existence. Status: werewolf. Tonks returned to her desk and continued working as though nothing had happened. Should that information have shocked or frightened her? She was surprised. Remus didn't fit any of the werewolf stereotypes, but she didn't feel scared. If he'd wanted to harm her, surely he would have done it when they were alone in the lift, wouldn't he? Besides, she knew Dumbledore wouldn't have brought him into the Order if he didn't trust him implicitly. She glanced at the clock. Time seemed to crawl. Despite the new bit of information, and perhaps because of it, she could hardly wait for the evening to come, and with it, the Order meeting. She left the office at 7:30, long after most ministry workers had gone home. It had been that way since graduating the academy. She spent most of her waking hours at work. She liked to maintain the image of the reliable, hard-working employee, and it usually paid off. Hyde hadn't been the only one to praise her that day. Even Scrimgeour had casually hinted she was on the fast track to promotion. But the truth was, she didn't have much of a life outside work. She lived alone in a one-room flat in West London, which she mostly returned to just to exercise and sleep. She had no friends, didn't go on dates, and the only people she had real connections with were her parents, who lived in Cornwall. She hadn't kept in touch with anyone from school or the academy. Though she'd always surrounded herself with people, she'd never felt that any of them truly understood her. She traveled home via flu, showered quickly, and ate a hasty dinner of leftovers from 2 nights earlier before it was time to leave for the meeting. For some reason, she found herself unusually self-conscious about her appearance, irritated that she didn't have more time to carefully pick her outfit. Before leaving, she at least managed to debate various hair colors, pink, black, brown, or blonde, before settling on her natural dark brown hair. But on the way to the tube, she tied it up in a messy high bun. She didn't want to look like she was trying to impress anyone. Moody had said that to limit magical activity near headquarters, he preferred she travel to meetings the Muggle way. Tonks didn't mind. She loved Muggle London. She discovered its unique magic through her father and her Muggle relatives, and had always enjoyed blending into the busy crowds, loving the feeling of being invisible and able to watch people without being seen herself. It was oddly calming. She stepped off the train at a rundown station on the city's edge and hurried to Grimmauld Place. Only when she rapped sharply on the door of number 12 did she realize she was 20 minutes early. After a few moments, the locks rattled on the other side of the door, and it opened. Sirius stood in the doorway, his scowl melting into a broad grin the moment he saw her. "Nice disguise," he remarked as she stepped inside. "You're very early." "I'm always late, so I always make a point to be early," Tonks replied cheerfully. Moody had told her Sirius had been one of her most enthusiastic supporters when the Order voted on whether to let her in or not, and she was determined to prove he'd been right to back her. "I'm beginning to see why Mad Eye likes you so much," he said, locking the door with a flick of his wand. "We've just finished eating, but there's probably something left if you're hungry." "I've already eaten," Tonks replied, although had she known she was invited for dinner, she would have skipped the stale leftovers. They entered the kitchen, and Tonks found herself scanning for Remus. She spotted him preparing wine bottles and rolls of blank parchment for the meeting and felt annoyed at herself for wanting to see him. He was no different from any other Order member. She shouldn't have secretly hoped he'd be there. She told herself it was just embarrassment. She wasn't sure if she should tell him she knew he was a werewolf. Luckily, she was spared the need to confront him straight away, because Sirius wanted to introduce her to James and Lily Potter, who had been the focus of the previous evening's meeting. Truth be told, Tonks hadn't quite grasped how exactly they were still alive, or how they'd remembered their former lives after 14 years, but she figured now wasn't the time to ask for clarification. James Potter seemed like a thoroughly decent person, and so did his wife, even if, just moments after Sirius introduced them, Lily had already stopped paying attention to the conversation. Tonks didn't blame her. Coming back from the dead couldn't be easy, especially with a 15-year-old son left behind. "My mum always said I'd make a good aura," James said, impressed by Tonks being one. "She said it'd be the perfect job for me if someone was willing to pay me to run about and hex people. Reckoned that was all I did at school anyway." Tonks laughed. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Remus talking to some other Order member. She wanted him to join their conversation, and at the same time dreaded it. Truth is, I tried to get into the academy, Sirius told her, but I failed the psychological assessment, said I wasn't reliable. I told them to sod off, not like I needed the money, put my time into the Order instead. At that moment, Mad-Eye limped in and immediately started grilling Tonks about her day at the ministry. She did fine, Alastair, Remus suddenly cut in, just after Tonks had repeated for the third time that no, she hadn't spoken to anyone, and no, no one had suspected her. Mad-Eye growled something, clearly not pleased, but he never looked pleased, and sat down nearby with his bottle. Tonks noticed it was nearly 9 o'clock, and the other Order members, who'd trickled in during her chat with Mad-Eye, were now all seated. She sat between Sirius and Moody and watched as Remus cast a sealing charm on the door. She'd studied werewolves extensively at the academy, seen photos and diagrams of them and the beasts they became, and she had to admit that Remus Lupin didn't look anything like them. He was pleasant-looking, clean-shaven, and even though his clothes were old, they were neat and well-kept. There was no trace of the wild, filthy creature the textbooks had described, no hint of the violence-loving, brute outcast. Remus looked like he wouldn't hurt a fly. Dumbledore appeared, and the meeting was just about to start. Tonks sat upright, determined to pay attention, when a scruffy-looking wizard burst into the room. After a few moments of panting, and with both Dumbledore and Sirius urging him to speak, he cried out, "Dementors!" A stunned silence fell, and then everyone began talking at once. Mad-Eye growled, his magical eye spinning in its socket. Tonks wasn't quite sure what was going on. "Silence!" Dumbledore's voice boomed. Everyone fell quiet. "Mundungus, explain yourself." "Kept me eye on the kid like you told me, Dumbledore," the scruffy wizard said, wringing his hands nervously. He was still sweating profusely, and not just from running. Sirius looked at him with a glare that could bore holes through steel. Only then, well, Summat came up and— "You left him alone," Sirius said, his voice low and dangerous. "It were a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity," Mundungus defended himself, thereby incriminating himself further. "Sides, ain't like he really needed me, right? The Dementors came and he saw 'em off no problem." "What Dementors?" Sirius shouted. Mundungus flinched. "I swear if a single hair on that boy's head—" "Did Harry perform magic?" Dumbledore interrupted, his voice firm. Mundungus, who now looked unsure whether he feared him or Sirius more, said, "Why, yeah. I didn't see it myself, but Figgy said he cast a Patronus." Dumbledore didn't wait to hear more. He began issuing instructions. "Arthur, go to the ministry and find out everything you can. I have no doubt they'll send someone to investigate underage magic. Sirius, write to Harry and tell him to stay indoors no matter what. Severus, find out who sent the Dementors. Remus, go to Privet Drive and see what you can learn. I'm going to the ministry as well. Mundungus," he shot the man a withering look, "wait here until I return." Mundungus looked like he wished the earth would swallow him, but he didn't dare disobey. Snape was already gone, and Sirius dashed off to scribble a message to Harry. James Potter stood near the table, looking lost. His wife seemed frozen in place. Tonks felt sorry for them. Their son had been attacked, and all they could do was watch others try to help him. She was snapped out of her thoughts when Mad-Eye jabbed a finger into her side. "Tonks, you're with Lupin," he barked. "Go now." Tonks nodded and ran out of the kitchen and up the stairs. She spotted Remus in the hall and shouted for him to wait. The portrait of Mrs. Black began screaming, but by now the chaos in headquarters was such that no one bothered to hush her. "You're with me?" Remus asked as he unlocked the door with practiced speed. Tonks nodded as they stepped onto the threshold. "Good, take my hand." She grabbed it without thinking. A moment later, he apparated, pulling her along. If normal apparition was unpleasant, side-along was worse. She felt like her arm might be torn clean off by the force of the spinning, and when they reappeared in the night air, her legs gave out, and she collapsed into Remus. "Quiet," he whispered before she could apologize for her clumsiness. The ministry might already be here. But he was wrong. As they scouted the quiet Muggle neighborhood, wands hidden in their pockets, dodging the street lamps, they quickly realized no ministry official had come to investigate why Dementors had appeared in a suburban street. Nor was there any sign of a struggle, only an unpleasant puddle of vomit in one alleyway. "Some people react to Dementors that way," Remus said as they walked on, "but it doesn't mean much." "But why would Dementors be here?" Tonks asked softly as they walked along the empty road. People in this area clearly went to bed early. Most of the houses were dark. The ministry thinks Sirius is in Tibet, right? So they wouldn't have sent them here for him. "And they just happened to run into Harry," Remus said. "Too much of a coincidence. No, someone sent them to attack him, I'm sure of it." "You think it was you-know-who?" Tonks asked tensely. "I wouldn't be surprised," Remus replied grimly. He stopped in front of a house where a single upstairs light was on. By the porch lamp, Tonks saw the number 4. "This is where Harry lives," Remus explained, crouching behind the fence across the street. Tonks joined him, peering at the house. "We're getting him out soon, but you might be asked to help with watches over the next few days." Tonks nodded. "That his room?" she asked, pointing to the lit window. Remus nodded, and they fell into silence. Tonks wondered how long they'd have to wait, but didn't ask. She wasn't about to give Remus more reason to think she was a poor Aura. They waited a long time for something that never came. Remus studied the street and the house with intense focus, as though he expected something to happen at any moment. Tonks was impressed by his concentration. "So, she began after what felt like hours. She had no watch, but the night had grown cold, indicating that it was late. Remus looked at her. Her mouth went dry. What was she going to say? "So I found out you're a werewolf. You're hiding it well, by the way. Well done." "You figured out how your friend knows me?" he asked, as if reading her mind again. "He's not my friend," Tonks replied. "But yeah, I figured it out. I should have guessed when you said you had to go to the department for the regulation of magical creatures. It's a big advantage for the Order. I've always got an excuse to visit the ministry," Remus said, trying to lighten the mood. Tonks let out a forced chuckle, trying to help him. "You can ask Mad-Eye to pair you with someone else next time," he said suddenly, not looking at her. "I promise I won't be offended." "Don't be daft," Tonks replied at once. "I'm not scared of you or anything." Remus nodded. It was hard to see his face in the dark, but Tonks thought he smiled to himself, sadly. For a moment, she considered saying more, telling him he was nothing like the werewolves Auras usually chased, that he was a gentleman and a better wizard than most she knew, but she stopped herself. Her mum always said that sometimes less was more. This felt like one of those times. All Remus needed to hear was that she didn't mind being partnered with him. "He's not moving," Remus said suddenly. Tonks, who'd been lost in thought, asked him to repeat himself. "He's not moving," he said again, standing swiftly. "Usually he walks around the room, you can see the lamp flickering, but he hasn't moved since we got here." "Maybe he fell asleep?" Tonks asked, rising to her feet as well. "Maybe, but he usually sleeps during the day. Wait here." Tonks watched as Remus crossed the street and leapt over the fence of number 4 with ease. She squinted to follow him in the dark. She saw him peer into the downstairs windows, then approach the nearby tree. With surprising agility, he climbed the trunk and vanished into the branches. A few moments later, she saw him look through the lit window, then slip inside. She had to admit, his athleticism could rival some of the best senior Auras. After a tense few minutes, Remus reappeared and jogged back over to her. "He's gone," he said, breathless, his voice taut. "Maybe he just stepped out of the room." "No, all his stuff's gone. His broom, his owl, he's left. Stay here in case he comes back. I'm going to alert the Order." Without another word, he disapparated. Tonks was left alone in the still street. Suddenly, all the sprinklers on the street went off. Tonks crouched again, wand in her jacket pocket, ready for a long wait. She had a feeling that if Harry Potter had left of his own accord, he wasn't coming back here any time soon. Chapter 9. The Other Mr. Potter. Harry found himself in a very dark place. After a few moments of confusion, his eyes began to adjust to the gloom, and he realized he was standing inside an enormous space, lit only by the moon now shining in the middle of the sky. It was easy to tell where it was, because even though the chamber around him was vast, there appeared to be no ceiling. At first, Harry thought it might be enchanted like the great halls, allowing him to see the sky through it. But then the lights came on, and he realized he could see the sky because the ceiling had long since collapsed. He was standing amid the ruins. "We're here," he asked uncertainly, turning to Billy the house elf, who stood beside him as though awaiting further instructions. She nodded. He looked around again. Thousands of candles floated high above, illuminating massive stone pillars that jutted out from the walls. Between them hung enormous, colorful tapestries depicting a series of vivid historical events. The tapestries seemed to have been preserved relatively well, except for a few that were singed from fires long extinguished. On one side of the chamber, as large as the entrance hall at Hogwarts, stood a massive wooden door, apparently carved from a single enormous tree trunk. On the other, a grand, sweeping staircase led to the rest of the sprawling estate. Through the fallen ceiling, Harry could see there was another floor above the ground one where he now stood. Above the staircase, a huge, faded banner fluttered in the night breeze, bearing the symbol of a triangle and a stag. The eyes of the enormous stag, embroidered in gold thread, seemed to pierce through Harry's very skin. "Is Master Harry hungry? Billy can make foodsies," the house elf offered when Harry did nothing but stare at the place. In truth, he didn't feel hungry at all. His whole body was heavy with exhaustion, and for the first time in weeks, he truly wanted to sleep. Something about this place, vast and ruined though it was, filled him with a sense of calm he hadn't felt in a long, long time. "I just want to go to sleep, if that's all right," he told her. "Billy will take Master Harry right away, right away." She snapped her fingers, and Harry's belongings floated into the air, following after her. Harry grabbed Hedwig's cage. She clearly didn't appreciate floating, and followed the house elf up the stairs. She led him through several narrow, windowless corridors, adorned with portraits that stirred to life as he passed, watching him curiously. At last, she stopped before one of the doors. This door stood out from the others because someone had tacked up a Gryffindor Quidditch team flag. Harry's heart gave a flutter. Billy opened the door and levitated Harry's things inside. He followed them in, staring around the room in astonishment. It reminded him of the boys' dormitory at Hogwarts, with a large four-poster bed and thick rugs covering the entire floor. Posters of various Quidditch teams were pinned to the walls, their players waving and performing tricks on broomsticks, though the edges of the paper had curled with age. A few long, narrow windows looked out over vast expanses of pasture land, dotted here and there with groves and cottages. Harry set Hedwig's cage on the writing desk and opened it so she could go out for her night-time hunt. He watched her disappear into the night sky, glad that she no longer had to endure the city's soot and noise. Then he turned and immediately noticed a row of gleaming frames on the mantelpiece. He moved towards them as if under a spell and picked up the first frame. He'd known what to expect, but his heart still gave a little leap. The photograph showed his father, Sirius, and Professor Lupin, young and laughing, standing in Hogsmeade's main street. He assumed Wormtail's image had left the frame. "Can Billy do anything else for Master Harry?" She startled him. He'd forgotten she was still there. "And no, it's fine. Good night." He felt relieved when the house elf curtsied and vanished, and he turned his attention back to the photographs. This had clearly been his father's room. There was no doubt about it. The rest of the pictures on the mantel showed him at various stages of his life. One showed him as a small boy with a plump, handsome woman with thick, dark hair and a plum-colored formal robe, and a man who looked a great deal like both James and Harry himself, with a neat black beard, round glasses, and unruly black hair. Another picture showed him again with Sirius and Lupin, much younger this time, all three in Gryffindor robes at what seemed to be the end-of-year feast. Judging by the Gryffindor banners in the background, Harry gathered Gryffindor had won the House Cup. Yet another photo showed James at about Harry's age, standing beside his father, both holding racing brooms on the background of the fields visible from the window, smiling and waving. Harry set down the last picture, feeling a pang in his chest. He wished there had been pictures of his mother, too. With that thought, he opened his trunk and took out his favorite photo, the one of his parents standing together in the snow, and placed it at the end of the row. His mother blew him kisses, and his father smiled proudly at him. It made Harry think again about the Dementor attack, and suddenly he felt overwhelmingly tired. He staggered to the bed and collapsed onto it, still in his clothes. He didn't even bother with the covers. A gentle warmth enveloped him. The pillows smelled faintly of his invisibility cloak, and he imagined it might once have been his father's scent. Before he could wonder whether he should be afraid of falling asleep, he was out cold. He woke with his throat parched, but didn't want to open his eyes. He couldn't quite remember why he felt so warm and peaceful, and he didn't want to remember. He just wanted to sink into this wonderful feeling and hope it never faded. But soon he had no choice. The sun was glaring into his eyes, and his stomach growled fiercely. He opened his eyes. Strong rays of late afternoon sun streamed through the narrow windows in what had once been Harry's father's room. The events of the previous night came rushing back to him like a wave, and for the first time he began to consider the consequences of what he had done. The anger that had fueled him earlier was now gone, replaced by a bubbling guilt. What would happen when they realized he'd disappeared? Everyone would probably think he'd been kidnapped or something. Maybe he ought to go back. No, he wouldn't. Decisions hour of guilt. The last few weeks had been hell. He deserved to spend a little time somewhere no one was shouting at him, cursing him, or threatening to hit him on a daily basis, even if Dudley and Uncle Vernon hadn't dared touch him since he'd started at Hogwarts. If Dumbledore and his little spies were so clever and knew what was best for him, they'd figure out where he'd gone. And as for Ron, Hermione, and Sirius, he hardened his heart at the thought of them worrying and being afraid. Let them stew in the dark, he told himself, just for a day or two. Then he'd go back and face them, and the upcoming hearing. For now, he got reluctantly out of bed and went to look out the window. The sun was setting, and a warm summer breeze was blowing. For the first time, he noticed a small, two-story house standing alone on the estate grounds, its windows lit and smoke curling from the chimney. It looked like he'd slept the whole day through. No wonder his stomach felt like it was trying to eat itself. Realizing he had no idea where even to begin looking for the kitchen in this enormous house, he called for Billy. The house. Elf appeared at once, as though she'd been waiting for him to summon her. "Master Harry awake at last," she said. "Billy made mealsies." She snapped her fingers, and a table piled high with food appeared in the middle of the room. She hadn't been exaggerating. It looked like a combined breakfast, lunch, and dinner feast that could have put Hogwarts to shame. Harry tucked in ravenously, eating with more enthusiasm than he'd felt since the third task, sampling everything in sight until he couldn't manage another bite. Afterwards, he discovered Billy had taken the initiative to draw him a bath, and he realized he badly needed one. While the house, Elf vanished the remains of the meal with a wave of her fingers. Hermione would have killed him if she'd seen that. He entered the adjoining bathroom, stripped off his sweat-soaked clothes, and sank into the warm water. He didn't think he'd ever had a proper bath before, aside from that time in the prefect's bathroom. This one was much nicer, though, without question. The room was warm and wood-paneled, and there were no portraits of mermaids watching him bathe. More importantly, no one could walk in and interrupt him, least of all moaning Myrtle. He scrubbed himself thoroughly and washed his hair before leaning back with a sigh. His toes poked out of the bubbles, and he wiggled them thoughtfully. His parents had quite a lot of gold in their vault, but somehow he'd never really considered that James's parents, his own grandparents, had been this wealthy too. There weren't golden taps or sinks, but even this bathroom was more luxurious than anything Aunt Petunia could have dreamed of. Strangely, it made him think of Draco Malfoy, of how power and wealth had turned him into a pompous, spoiled git. That wasn't a nice thought. He hoped being raised in privilege hadn't made his father believe he was entitled to everything. His gaze drifted to the window. The sun had nearly set behind the distant hills. The sky was deep blue with the clouds tinged orange and pink. The room darkened, but he didn't want to light the lamps. It was so quiet. But not the oppressive silence of Privet Drive. This was the hush of wide, open land where nothing stirred but the wind. The thought was deeply comforting. It helped him feel, for this moment at least, that everything was all right. In this moment he was safe. No one was there to stare at his scar. No one wanted to hurt him. He wasn't the boy who lived. He was just Harry. And even if Voldemort was out there somewhere, plotting some dark scheme, it didn't need to matter now. He ducked under the water and held his breath until his lungs burned. Then he surfaced, gasping and coughing, his eyes stinging from the soap. As he sucked in air and pushed the wet hair out of his eyes, he swore no one would control him, not Dumbledore, not his friends, not the fear of Voldemort. He would be master of his own fate. Only when the room was completely dark did he get out of the water, grope for a towel, and return to the bedroom. The fire had been stoked again, and the light left on Billy's doing, no doubt. He put on his glasses and went to his trunk, but after one glance at Dudley's old clothes, he slammed it shut and turned to his father's wardrobe instead. He rummaged through a row of neatly pressed wizarding robes, including a few ornate ceremonial ones, then opened the top drawer, which was filled with folded Muggle clothes. He selected a pair of jeans and a t-shirt and dressed. The old clothes were a little big around the shoulders and waist, but far better than Dudley's massive hand-me-downs. Once he was dressed and his hair dry, he realized he could do whatever he liked. Hedwig, who had returned while he slept, was dozing in her cage. He could write to Ron and Hermione to tell them where he was and invite them to visit, but he wasn't quite ready to share his new refuge just yet, not after how they'd treated him since the end of term. He could ask Billy if there were any Muggle-repelling charms around the estate and go flying on his firebolt, but the moon hadn't risen yet, and it was a bit too dark to fly alone. So he decided to explore the house. The corridor outside was narrow, built entirely of grey stone. Large doors set into arched alcoves led to more bedrooms and guest rooms. Candles in iron sconces mounted on the walls flared to life wherever Harry turned, lighting his way as he examined the tapestries and portraits along the walls. Every now and then he glanced up at the ceiling, which bore fading, colorful murals of feasts, battles, and knightly tournaments, the figures moving like characters in an old animated film. As soon as Harry left his father's room, the portraits around him began to stir and murmur, watching him and sometimes even pointing. A few of them ran into neighboring frames to spread the word. "Heir!" cried an old, bearded wizard from one portrait as Harry passed, making him jump. "Heir to the House of Potter. What's your name, boy?" Harry," he replied uncertainly. "Harry Potter," the old man cried with ridiculous enthusiasm, raising a fist into the air. "A worthy name." "Harry Potter," said another witch, squinting at him through what looked like a melted-together mess of a dozen pairs of glasses. "Aren't you a bit young to be in the Wisengamot?" "You're thinking of Henry Potter, Griselda," said a dark-skinned witch cradling a massive cat. "His portrait's in the study. Harry is James's son, Henry's grandson. Correct." Harry nodded, though at the moment he wasn't sure of anything. At last, that useless scoundrel did something right, grumbled a frightening-looking wizard with a thin black mustache. "How old are you, boy?" Nearly 15, Harry stammered. 15, the mustached wizard recoiled in horror. You look no more than 12. What have you been doing all these years? You need to get to work." Harry, deeply offended by the remark about his age, was about to give a cheekily retort when the first old wizard said, "Don't listen to him. Back in his day, wizards were getting married at 13. 15 is the perfect age to begin learning the duties of a head of house." "The duties of what?" "So handsome, just like Fleamont," remarked the witch with the elaborate spectacles. "It's about time there was a Potter in this house," said another wizard with sagging cheeks, who had so far maintained a sullen silence. "What do you intend to do about the conflict with the crown?" "That conflict ended years ago, you fool," said the bearded wizard. "How dare you?" the saggy-cheeked wizard thundered. All the portraits began arguing among themselves. Harry took the opportunity to slip away at a run. He only stopped when he reached a spacious drawing room, twice the size of the entire ground floor of the Dursleys' house. One door led into another corridor, and another into what looked like the study the cat-holding witch had mentioned. Curiosity got the better of him, and he stepped inside. The room was fascinating. A white marble fireplace flared to life with a bright flame the moment Harry entered, casting a flickering glow over the intriguing space. Every wall was lined with shelves packed with books, peculiar instruments, and potion ingredients, leaving room only for the narrow windows that overlooked the night. In the center stood an enormous stone table that served as a potion station, neatly arranged with cauldrons of various sizes and measuring tools. A small writing desk had been pushed into one corner, nestled among the bookshelves. The room had no decoration save for one enormous portrait hanging above the fireplace. Harry stepped closer to examine the portrait. An elderly man was dozing peacefully, his chin resting on his chest, his spectacles slipping down his nose. He was thin, clean-shaven, and his grey hair, with some remaining black near his temples, looked rather like a bird's nest. He wore plum-colored robes, the same as Harry's grandmother had worn in the photo in the bedroom, with the same silver-embroidered W on the lapel. A night breeze suddenly swept through the windows, and the door slammed shut. The man in the portrait woke with a start, looked around, yawned, and adjusted his glasses. Then his eyes fell on Harry, who was watching him curiously, knowing this must be his great-grandfather. "What is it now, James? You know you're not supposed to be in here," said Henry Potter gently. It took Harry a moment to find his voice, but he managed at last to say, "I'm Harry. James is my dad." "Ah!" the portrait exclaimed joyfully, a spark lighting up his blue eyes. "Wonderful. Yes, I recall now. He brought a girl here once, Millie or Gilly or—" "Lily," Harry offered, surprised to find himself smiling. "Yes, a very sweet girl. So where is my mischievous grandson? He said he'd visit from time to time, but I don't believe I've seen him in many years." "He's dead," Harry said quickly, then added, "I'm sorry." Henry Potter's face fell. "Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. I'm not kept up to date. None of the other portraits come here. I'm beginning to regret asking Fleamont to keep me separated from that chattering lot." "Who's Fleamont?" Harry asked. It was the second time he'd heard that name today. "My son, of course. Well, your grandfather, to be precise." A warm feeling spread through Harry's chest. It was nice to put a name to the face of the cheerful man in the pictures in his dad's room. "And my grandmother, what was her name?" "Ah, dear Euphemia," Henry said fondly, smiling as he remembered his daughter-in-law. "Yes, she was a remarkable woman, always wanted to change the world. She was a member in the Wisengamot, just like me." "Are there portraits here too?" Harry asked, eager to meet his grandparents. "I believe so, though I don't recall if your father ever told me where he hung them. Might be in the drawing room on the first floor. I expect they'd be delighted to see you. I believe they passed away before you were born." "Thanks," said Harry. "My pleasure. It's lovely to meet you, Harry," Henry Potter said with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with affection. The way he looked at Harry reminded him of something. He'd seen this man once before. In his first year, he'd spotted him standing behind his father in the mirror of Erest, beaming with pride. In especially high spirits, Harry retraced his steps in search of the staircase down to the first floor. The knowledge that he still had family, other than the Dursleys, was immensely comforting, even if they were technically not alive. Dumbledore once told him not to dwell on dreams and forget to live, but Harry thought he was allowed to dream sometimes, dream that he had a family. He passed the portraits, still arguing noisily, and the door to his father's room, and soon found the wide stone staircase leading to the ruined entrance hall. He remembered he'd meant to ask his great-grandfather what exactly had happened there, but the excitement of meeting his grandparents had driven the question from his mind. He walked beneath the fluttering Potter family banner, stepped carefully between massive chunks of stone that had once been part of the ceiling, and made his way towards a scorched double wooden door, behind which he guessed was the drawing room. His hand was already on the ornate iron handle when he felt something cold and sharp touch the back of his neck. He froze. "Empty your pockets," a gruff voice ordered. "Then I'll decide whether to take just one of your hands or both." "What?" Harry gasped, still struggling to process the sudden turn of events. He tried to turn around, but the sharp object pressed harder against his neck. He had the distinct sense that even a centimeter's movement might draw blood. "Don't move," the man behind him growled. "You should be grateful if I only take your hands. Back in my day, the punishment for breaking into a wizard's home was death." "I'm not a thief," Harry protested. "Billy brought me here. My name's Harry Potter." "A thief and a liar," the man barked. "You expect me to believe you're Harry Potter." "I can prove it," Harry said, and for the first time in his life was glad he had the scar. "Let me turn around and I'll show you." "Fine," the man said after a moment, "but I want to see your hands. No tricks or I'll skewer you." Harry raised his arms slowly and turned around, feeling the sharp object remain pressed against his side the whole time. He hadn't known quite what sort of person to expect, but he certainly hadn't imagined someone this old. The man's grey hair was long and unkempt despite the clear signs of balding, and a thick beard of the same hue covered his face. One of his eyes was black and scowling, the other milky and narrowed, blind. He wore dark, outdated wizard robes that made him look like he stole it from some rich wizard, especially paired with his mud-stained work boots. His skin was covered in dark sunspots, and though his arms were thin as twigs, the hand holding the dueling saber aimed at Harry's chest was rock steady. Under the old man's unrelenting gaze, Harry cautiously raised his hand to brush aside his fringe, revealing the scar beneath. The man looked startled for a moment, but quickly masked it with a scowl. He didn't seem fully convinced. A worried squeak startled them both. Billy appeared, looking frightened and cross. "Mister is not supposed to be here," she scolded in a high-pitched voice. "Shoo." Harry took advantage of the old man's surprise to draw his wand and aim it straight at his head. He knew he'd be in serious trouble if he performed magic outside of school, but the man didn't know that. "I'll tear you to shreds before you can speak, boy," the man threatened, though Harry could tell he was rattled. For some reason, he didn't draw his own wand. "Mister must go home," Billy continued, flapping her hands in a fury. "Mister mustn't come here without Master Potter's permission." "Silence, you cursed elf," the man snapped. "Your Master Potter is lying in his grave. What did you wake up for?" "Who are you?" Harry demanded, still pointing his wand. He remembered the lights he'd seen at the edge of the estate. "I told you who I am. Now tell me who you are." "I don't owe you any answers," the old man retorted. His attitude was worse than Harry's, and that was saying something. "If I'm not mistaken, you're still under 17, which means you don't get to order me about." "Who said anything about ordering you about?" Harry replied, a little astonished that someone so old could be this childish. "I just want you to stop pointing that sword at me." "Then lower your wand," the old man growled. "Fine, both of us at once," Harry said, feeling like he was talking to a stroppy toddler. He lowered his wand slowly, watching the old man do the same with the sword. Only when it was back in the scabbard at his belt did Harry return his wand to his pocket. "All right," the man said suddenly. "You can stay here if you must, but don't move anything. I'll know if you touch a single thing." With that, he turned and hobbled towards the great front doors. "Wait," Harry called after him, startled by the abrupt shift. "You haven't told me who you are." The man didn't answer. Harry broke into a run and caught up with him moments later. "Do you live here?" he asked, trying to coax a response. "Is that your house on the edge of the field?" The man threw open the door and began crossing the cobbled courtyard outside. In the middle stood a statue, once a proud stag rearing on its hind legs. Now its antlered head lay shattered. "So what? Are you like the groundskeeper, or—" "I am not a groundskeeper," the man snapped, flushing red even in the dark. "For your information, boy, I'm a potter just like you." "So we're related?" Harry asked, pleased to have drawn something out of him. "It would appear so, wouldn't it?" the old man growled. "I didn't know anyone else in my family was still alive," Harry said, wondering if Dumbledore knew about this grumpy relative. He wasn't sure how the man measured up to the Dursleys, but at least he was a wizard. "Good for you," the man grunted, trudging down the path through the pasture that presumably led to his home. He seemed lost in thought. "So does that mean you knew my dad?" The night was too dark to see the man's expression clearly, but Harry was certain he noticed a change in his posture. "Yes," he said quietly, "and I regret the day that Brat was born." "What?" Harry echoed, too stunned to say anything else. "You heard me," the man barked, throwing up his arms. "You can thank him for the state your grand house is in. It's all his fault. He always had to go chasing adventure, never satisfied with what he had. Couldn't just sit at home with his little Muggle-born wife. No, he had to bring all of the Dark Lord's followers down on us." Harry waited anxiously for him to elaborate, but the man fell silent. "How did Voldemort—" "Don't say his name," the man scolded. "You're just like him. Think you're brave saying his name, do you? No, you're a fool. He and that mudblood of his went and got themselves killed." "Don't call her that," Harry shouted back, furious now. Criticizing his dad's choices was one thing, but he wouldn't stand for anyone insulting his mum. The man muttered something and spat on the ground. Harry stopped, glaring at his back, and finally turned around and headed back inside, leaving the old man to hobble off towards his house. He was willing to forgive the comment about his mum, if only because the man was old and obviously unhinged. But he certainly didn't want his company, and Harry sincerely hoped he'd never have to see him again. If he wanted to be insulted and shouted at, he could have stayed with the Dursleys. Chapter 10, Shadow. "What do you mean, he's gone?" Lily flinched as James raised his voice. He noticed and tried to place a comforting hand on her shoulder, but she slipped away and moved towards the window. There was nothing to be seen through the grimy glass, only the reflection of the drawing room behind her. She watched the goings-on this way, hoping that if she could pretend she wasn't really there, the terrible fear rising within her might lessen a little. She had been plagued by a nagging, suffocating feeling of dread since the night before, when she was told Harry was with Petunia. It felt as though he were in immediate danger, like she was watching her son through a window, seeing him being stalked by some ominous shadow, but unable to warn him. When she tried to share the feeling with James, he reassured her that everything was going to be all right, and that very soon they would be reunited with Harry. Lily felt anything but reassured by his words, but she didn't press the matter. She sat beside him as he caught up with Remus and Sirius, trying to convince herself it was just her anxiety playing tricks on her. But, as it happened many times before in her life, her fearful premonition had come true. "How did it happen?" Sirius's voice boomed, almost accusatory. Since they had received the news about the Dementors, he seemed no less worried than Lily and James about Harry. "I thought he was safe as long as he was there." "He is," said Remus, somehow managing to keep his composure, though Lily could see through the window's reflection that his wand hand was trembling slightly. I don't think he was taken. In fact, I'm sure that's not what happened. There were no signs of a struggle in his room, and all of his things are gone. It looks like he left of his own accord. I told him to stay put, Sirius snapped, pacing again in front of the fire like a caged animal. That was what he'd been doing for the past hour. But since when does he listen to me? I'm only his godfather. You took your eyes off him for 10 minutes and he legged it, said James, sounding somewhere between worried and impressed. It was more than 10 minutes, Remus admitted, looking slightly embarrassed. Tonks and I did a sweep of the neighborhood before returning to keep watch on the house. I'd say he had at least half an hour. But Lily's sister would have said something if she saw him packing up and leaving, wouldn't she? Or that fig woman who works for Dumbledore? James asked desperately. Not necessarily. He's got your invisibility cloak. James muttered a low curse and glanced over at Lily. There was guilt in his eyes. She shifted her gaze from him. Where could he have gone? Sirius asked, now sounding more lost than angry. The burrow. I asked Molly to check, but assuming he didn't fly there, it'll take hours for him to get that far, said Remus. Can you think of anywhere else he might have run off to? Sirius considered. Then he said, last time he ran away from his aunt and uncles, he took the night bus to the Leaky Cauldron. Good, said Remus. I'll go check that out. Send me a patronus if you think of anything else. With that, he left the room, and they heard the front door close behind him. A heavy silence followed, as though even the walls were waiting for news. Lily edged closer to the window in a futile attempt to see outside, but there was only darkness. James cleared his throat. Sirius muttered something unintelligible and left the room, leaving Lily alone with her husband. She pretended to be transfixed by the darkness beyond the window, and for a brief moment tensed as she felt his arms around her. She turned and pressed her face to his shoulder, allowing him to hold her tightly, mostly so he wouldn't be able to see her expression. She knew that if he looked into her eyes, he'd know exactly what she was thinking and feeling. He'll be all right, James said. You've heard the stories. He's a tough kid. Lily nodded and took a deep breath to relax her muscles. She had to show James she was holding it together. She had never lied to him, but their love was built on one unspoken lie. James needed to believe he had the strength to save Lily from herself. So she held him tightly, not saying a word. A hesitant knock sounded at the door. James pulled away reluctantly and called, "Yes." Sirius had returned, bringing Emily with him. She was dressed in pajamas and looked slightly sheepish. Emily has questions about the Dementors, Sirius said. I tried to tell her there's nothing to be afraid of as long as you can think of a happy memory, but I don't think she believes me. You're only saying that to get me back to bed, Emily said, in an injured tone. She always suspected adults made things up to stop her asking questions and send her to sleep. James and Lily were slightly guilty of doing just that. I'm not, Sirius replied, affronted. If I wanted to do that, I'd come up with something far more original. Hermione says Dementors eat feelings, Emily said, as if that alone was enough to contradict Sirius. She's right in a way, James said, but they can't touch your memories. So if you've got a happy memory, you can use it to drive them away. Is that magic? Emily asked skeptically. It's magic, James confirmed with a smile. It's a spell called a patronus. Is that what Harry used to fight them? That patronus thing? Patronus, James corrected her. And yes. He glanced over at Lily, who made sure to keep her expression calm. Sometimes it annoyed her that James seemed to think she was always on the verge of falling apart. Can I learn it too? Emily asked. Do they teach it at Hogwarts? Yes, but when you're a bit older. But what if Dementors attack me too? That question left even James speechless. He glanced at Lily for a split second, and she met his gaze, a cold feeling creeping up her spine. That won't happen, Sirius answered for them. evidently sensing the reason for their silence. Hermione probably told you Dementors don't just roam the world at random. Most wizards never see one in their lives. What happened to Harry tonight was very unusual. Emily seemed satisfied with this. Perhaps she sensed her parents' tension because she wished them and Sirius good night and went back to her room. James moved closer to the fire and stared into the flames, hands in his pockets. He didn't need to say anything, but Lily knew they were thinking the exact same thing. What if Voldemort didn't stop with Harry and decided Emily was a threat too? He's no reason to take an interest in her, James said very late that night as they lay trying to sleep in their darkened room. Lily felt like the vast, ancient house was suffocating her. The only reason he ever cared about Harry was that ridiculous prophecy. Emily doesn't threaten him. You're probably right, Lily said, and she truly hoped he was. The following day was one of the hardest of Lily's life. Time crawled by, and there was no distraction from the nerve-shredding wait and the terrible thoughts. James asked Sirius how he managed to not leave the house for so long without going mad, and Sirius darkly asked how James knew he hadn't gone mad. Lily would have gladly been trapped in that house for the rest of her life, just to know Harry was safe and sound. Her son did not appear at the Weasleys that day, nor at the Leaky Cauldron, nor in Hogsmeade. They sat all day in the drawing room, hearing the children, who had been granted a day off from chores and didn't know Harry was missing, running up and down the stairs. Dumbledore had not contacted them. James and Sirius continued speculating about where Harry might be, but Lily kept silent. Her father used to say that the simplest solution is usually the right one. She felt that applied here. There was no explanation more plausible than Harry having left his aunt and uncles of his own accord, and that something had gone wrong on the way to somewhere familiar. She tried to imagine what could have become of Harry, as Sirius and James were doing, but found she couldn't think of a single scenario. There was only emptiness, and the more she tried to fill it, the more that space was flooded with grief. When Emily was 9 years old, she ran away from home. Lily had a parent-teacher conference that evening and came home late to find James at his wits' end, almost mad with worry and wrought with guilt over their daughter's disappearance. But Lily hadn't been worried. They got into the car and drove to the edge of town, to a playground they hadn't visited in years. And there was Emily, sitting beneath the monkey bars she had loved to play on as a young child. Both James and Emily were shocked that Lily had known exactly where to find her without the slightest hesitation. Lily just shrugged and said it was a mother's instinct. Now it was the exact opposite of that. She didn't know her son, not truly. The stories Sirius and Remus told them were comforting, but they couldn't paint a true picture of who Harry really was, what he was thinking, how he was feeling. She didn't know what playground he had loved as a child. She didn't know where he went when he felt lonely and afraid. All she knew was that the same shadowy figure she had envisioned was still stalking him, preying on him. On the second day of waiting, after another sleepless night, Lily started to think she might be cursed, doomed never to see her son again. Since the day Harry was born, death had loomed over him, from the circumstances of his birth to the prophecy and Voldemort's intentions, and at times she felt it was somehow her fault. Of course, James had explanations for all of it, coincidence, bad luck, and Lily told herself she agreed. It was just bad luck, but now she couldn't help wondering if there wasn't more to it. That morning, she sat alone in the drawing room, where the sunlight filtering through the dusty windows was blindingly bright. James was in the kitchen, speaking with some of the Order members who had returned empty-handed from searching for Harry. But she didn't want to hear what they had to say. She felt she needed a moment alone, without James, so she could stop pretending to believe that everything was going to be all right. She jumped when the door opened suddenly. She wiped her face, almost guiltily, before realizing it was only Ginny, the youngest daughter of Arthur and Marley Weasley. "Sorry," the girl said awkwardly. She grabbed a battered chessboard, presumably the reason she'd come, and turned to go. Lily brushed hair from her damp cheeks and waited to hear the door shut, But it didn't. "Mrs. Potter," Ginny asked hesitantly, lingering in the doorway, "are you all right?" "Yes, I'm perfectly fine," Lily replied, trying to keep her voice steady. Ginny didn't look convinced. She had clearly misunderstood the reason for Lily's tears, because she said, "Harry's dealt with Dementors loads of times. He'll be okay." The innocent attempt to comfort her helped, even though it completely missed the mark. Lily gave her a sad smile. She looked like a brave, strong girl, one who never cried. She was grateful for Ginny's attempt to console her, so she decided to stop pretending and tell her the real reason she was crying. Ginny didn't seem shocked or even worried when she heard Harry had gone missing, only angry. "He's such a git sometimes," she said. "I know he's your son, but it's true. He never thinks about the fact that people worry about him." She didn't seem worried about Harry's fate, and Lily wondered whether that meant she didn't need to worry quite so much either. Was it wise or foolish to take cues from a 14-year-old? "I'm sure you'll find him soon," Ginny added more gently. "He may be an idiot, but he's not stupid. He knows how to look after himself. He even saved my life once." Lily pictured Harry as James had been in his youth, saving this beautiful girl from some terrible monster. The thought saddened and comforted her. "You know, you should talk to Ron and Hermione," Ginny continued, piquing Lily's interest. "They know him better than anyone. Maybe they'll know where he went." Marley had insisted the children not be told what had happened to Harry, fearing they'd try to help and only hinder the Order's efforts. But Lily felt that if the Order hadn't found him yet, they needed all the help they could get. She stood, straightened her dress, and said to Ginny, "Let's go see them." Ginny seemed surprised, clearly used to having every question or suggestion dismissed by the Order, but quickly recovered and led Lily out of the drawing room, up the stairs, and into the girls' bedroom on the second floor. Inside, Hermione was sitting on one of the beds with a heavy book in her lap, and Ron was lying on the carpet, staring at the ceiling. Emily was sitting on her bed, playing with a large ginger cat with a squashed face. "What took you so long?" Ron asked his sister, sitting up. Then he spotted Lily, and his ears went red. Hermione looked up from her book, curious. "Mom, what's wrong?" Emily asked. Lily gave her a smile and sat beside her on the bed. She knew she didn't look good, pale from sleeplessness, eyes red from crying, and she wanted to show her daughter she was all right. She turned to Ron and Hermione and said, "Harry has been missing since Wednesday." They exchanged surprised looks. Lily felt Emily watching her, but decided to delay that conversation for later. "Why didn't anyone tell us?" Ron demanded accusingly. "Your parents didn't want to worry you unnecessarily." "Unnecessarily," Ron spluttered, his ears reddening again, this time not from embarrassment. "You've no idea where he is for 2 whole days, and you're worried we'd be worried unnecessarily." "How about you stop being an idiot and listen for a second?" his sister snapped. "We've already searched every place we could think of," Lily continued, grateful to Ginny. "Your house, Diagon Alley, even Hogsmeade and the Shrieking Shack. Can you think of anywhere else he might have gone?" "How do you know he ran off? How do you know he wasn't taken?" Ron demanded. "You know there are protective enchantments around his aunt and uncle's house," Hermione answered, paler than usual. "That's why he has to go back there every year. Professor Dumbledore would know if someone tried to kidnap him. Besides," she glanced nervously at Lily, "you know he's got a bit of a temper. Heck could have run off without telling anyone." "He would have told us if he'd decided to run away," Ron insisted, clearly hurt by the suggestion. Hermione looked close to tears. "I don't know about you, but he told me, stop writing until I decide to stop lying to him. I'm not sure he wants to tell us anything right now." Ron didn't have an answer for that. He looked torn between anger and guilt. "Well, we've established that Harry's mad at you lot," Ginny said matter-of-factly. "Now tell us where he went." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances again. They were silent for a very long moment, as though they could communicate wordlessly. I suppose you've already checked my parents' place, Hermione said. He should have their address and phone number. I don't think we have, Lily replied. No one had mentioned Hermione's parents. What else? Maybe he's at the Ministry of Magic, Ron suggested. Oh, sure, Ginny said flatly. No, I'm serious. Remember that time he ran away and Fudge let him stay at the Leaky Cauldron? Well, Fudge isn't exactly his biggest fan anymore. Maybe he found him again, and this time took him to the Ministry. That's possible, Lily said doubtfully, though I think Dumbledore would know if that were the case. Ron and Hermione looked at each other again, this time helplessly. Can't you think of anyone else he knows? Someone he trusts? He knows loads of people, said Ron with a shrug. People are always coming up to him and trying to shake his hand. But I don't know if there's anyone he really trusts except my parents and Sirius. Maybe one of the teachers. They would have told Dumbledore. Lily shook her head. The faint glimmer of hope she'd clung to began to fade. Maybe Snape found him, Ron said suddenly, his eyes wild. Maybe Harry went with him thinking he was on our side, but really he handed him over to you-know-who. Ron, Hermione looked horrified. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Potter. It's all right, Lily replied, doing her best to appear unfazed by the far-fetched and disturbing idea. Severus would have let us know if he'd come across Harry. How do you know that? Ron asked urgently. He used to be a Death Eater. He has the dark mark. I just know, Lily said firmly, and something in her expression must have been convincing, because Ron didn't press her further. But, said Ginny after a moment's silence, in which they all seemed to be desperately trying to solve the mystery, even Emily. I don't want to believe it, but maybe there's something in what Ron said. Maybe Harry did meet someone he thought he could trust, but they turned out to be a Death Eater or something. No, listen, she added, as Hermione opened her mouth to argue. I want to believe he's just hiding somewhere too, but it's been 2 days and no one's seen him. It's starting to feel like something else happened. We already know how easy it is for a dark wizard to pretend to be someone else. Look what happened to Professor Moody last year. Maybe someone showed up at the Dursleys disguised as one of our parents or Professor Lupin or someone, and Harry went with them thinking they were one of us. But that's really unlikely, said Hermione, sparing Lily the need to respond to such a terrifying suggestion. There's always someone from the Order keeping an eye on the house, right? They would have seen if someone knocked on the door. For a frightening moment, Lily was about to tell her she was wrong, when suddenly she realized Hermione was right. Even when Remus and Tonks were patrolling the neighborhood, Arabella Figg had always kept watch over the house. So it doesn't make sense at all, said Ron. How did he get out without anyone seeing him? He's got his invisibility cloak, Ron, Hermione replied, rolling her eyes slightly. "Inno, Hermione," he retorted, emphasizing each word. "But I'm guessing he took all his stuff, yeah. There's no way his trunk, his broom, and Hedwig's cage all fit under the cloak, and he wouldn't be able to carry them all without something falling out. Think about it. We can barely squeeze under that thing ourselves." "You're right," said Lily. She felt as though a hatch had opened inside her head. It really doesn't make sense. "So how did he leave without anyone seeing him?" Ginny asked. Lily rose to her feet without even realizing she'd done so and began pacing the room. Her mind was suddenly working at full tilt, and nothing could be allowed to slow it down now. "He never went out the door," she murmured. "So what, he's still there?" Ron asked, watching Lily as she moved about the room. "Or someone apparated into the house and took him?" "I'm sure you can't just apparate in there. Otherwise it wouldn't be such a protected house, would it?" said Hermione. "But there are other ways for wizards to travel," Lily said, pressing a finger to her lips. "An illegal Flu network connection or a very precisely set portkey." "Or a house elf," Ron said suddenly. Lily looked at him sharply. "Yeah, that happened once. Remember, Hermione? When Darby came to warn Harry that summer before second year, he just turned up in his room. And when he did magic, they blamed Harry for it because the Ministry can't track house elf magic. Hermione agreed, her book slipping from her slack hands. Ron, you're a genius. Ron blushed to the roots of his hair. But that's not what happened this time, right? He said modestly. Darby works at Hogwarts now. It could have been a different house elf, said Hermione. Yes, Lily said distractedly, and everyone turned to look at her. For a moment she stared intently at a bare patch of wall, then turned and strode purposefully out of the room. The children rushed to follow her. In the kitchen, she found James, Sirius, and Remus sitting in chairs around the fireplace, sunk in frustrated silence. James looked surprised to see her leading the children, even more so by the look of grim purpose on her face. Your parents had a house elf, she said without preamble. Yeah, Billy, James replied, and just before he could ask why she was bringing it up, understanding dawned on his face. Yes, that would make sense. Make sense how? Sirius asked. His eyes were red, and a nearly empty bottle of fire whiskey stood near his foot. Lily wasn't the only one secretly fearing something terrible had happened to Harry. Don't you remember, Padfoot? After that time, we snuck off to Diagon Alley without telling her. My mum told Billy to come fetch me home whenever she sensed I was in trouble. So you think she took Harry from the Dursleys? Sirius asked skeptically. He's been in trouble loads of times. I've never heard of her helping before. Besides, she must be nearly as old and mad as Creature by now. Not necessarily, Hermione said suddenly. I read about this once. Some house elves go into a kind of slumber if their master dies, or in this case, disappears. And underage relatives don't count as their masters, not until they come of age. How do you know that? Ginny asked, amazed. Spew, said Ron dryly. S-P-E-W, Hermione snapped. It does explain everything, really, said James, eyes narrowing in concentration. I came back to the wizarding world. Billy woke up, sensed Harry was in danger, interpreted Mum's old command broadly, and went to get him. So where would she have taken him? Your parents' house, Remus asked, getting to his feet and throwing on his cloak without hesitation. Definitely, said James, eyes widening behind his glasses. Then what are we waiting for? Sirius sprang to his feet with surprising agility, as though he hadn't touched a drop of fire whiskey. Don't start with me, Munny. I'm coming with you. He bolted from the kitchen, taking the stairs two at a time, with Remus and James close behind, and Lily and the children following. By the time they reached the hall, he'd already transformed into a huge black dog and was scratching impatiently at the front door. James grabbed a random cloak from the peg by the door, but it belonged to a much smaller man and barely fit over his shoulders. Lily pointed her wand at it, and it expanded to match her husband's size. Thanks, he said, then noticed she wasn't getting ready to leave. You're not coming. Lily froze. She could go now, walk out that door and apparate, and when she reached her destination, maybe she would see Harry. A fierce fear gripped her, one she couldn't explain. The idea that her son was a complete stranger to her shook her deeply. I'll wait here, she replied at last, grateful that James was in too much of a hurry to argue. All right, he said, cupping her head and kissing her firmly on the forehead. I'll find him, I promise. She watched the two wizards and the dog disappear out the door in a rush, then steeled herself for what would no doubt be a long, nerve-wracking wait. Chapter 11. The Last Stronghold. Harry woke up with a start. His heart was pounding and his scar was prickling. He kicked off the covers and rolled onto his side, letting the sunlight warm his face. His heartbeat slowly eased, as did the pain in his scar, which had become an almost constant companion in his life. He tried to recall what he'd dreamt, but the dark images slipped away like water through his fingers, leaving no chance of remembering. He could feel the sensation of long, bony, cold fingers on his scalp. It was more a physical feeling than a memory of a dream. The fingers caressed his skin, ran through his hair, and held onto his head before dipping into his very mind. He stretched and got out of bed, deciding, as always, to forget about the dream. His stomach rumbled. His body, clearly trying to make up for weeks of poor sleep and missed meals, had taken to making him feel constantly exhausted and ravenous. He pulled on a pair of jeans and a soft flannel shirt from his father's wardrobe and headed for the dining room, which he'd found the night before while searching for the portraits of his grandparents. To his deep disappointment, he hadn't found them anywhere, and soon fatigue had crept over him again, so he returned to his father's bed, even though he'd only woken a few hours earlier. Now morning sunlight shone through the hole in the ceiling of the entrance hall, and the banner bearing the Potter family crest flapped boldly in the strong wind. The dining room also had no ceiling, and the outer wall had collapsed, opening a wide passage to a well-kept garden. Harry wondered who had maintained it all these years, and thought of the elderly relative he'd met the night before. At the center of the room stood a long wooden table, surrounded by matching chairs with red silk upholstery. The polished surface was covered in ugly scratches and dents, no doubt the result of falling bricks, and some of the chairs were broken, their cushions torn. Harry sat at the head of the table, where his breakfast was waiting for him. He ate heartily, and when he finished, he leaned back in his chair to finish his tea, gazing at the large, empty table. He imagined himself surrounded by his family, all dining together, celebrating something, perhaps Christmas. He pictured his grandparents, his great-grandfather, his parents, all chatting and laughing. Sirius was there too, not Sirius the escaped convict, but Sirius the best man at his parents' wedding, and even Professor Lupin. And of course, no celebration would be complete without the Weasleys and Hermione. He watched them all talking and laughing around his table, just as he had done around theirs for so many years. But as he smiled fondly at them, the scene shifted. A shadow fell over the joyful gathering, and from the darkness emerged silver-masked wizards. He set his teacup down too quickly, splashing dark drops across the table. No, he told himself, I won't think like that. Not now. He stood up abruptly and left the dining room, heading once again in search of Henry Potter's portrait. He made his way back to the study, trying not to wake the portraits lining the hallways. His great-grandfather was awake, looking deep in thought. "Hello, Harry," he said cheerfully. "Hi," Harry replied, feeling slightly shy. "What are you doing?" "There's not much I can do, just thinking, remembering." Henry Potter smiled sadly. "Have you seen your grandparents yet?" "I couldn't find them anywhere." That is most unfortunate," said Henry Potter. "It is a son's duty to ensure portraits are made of his parents, but it seems your father neglected that. Well, he was never very devoted to tradition." Harry thought that perhaps his father had simply died before he'd had the chance, but said nothing. "I met someone yesterday," he told his great-grandfather. "An old man. He said we're related, but he didn't tell me his name. I think he lives in the house at the edge of the field." Henry Potter considered this. "You must mean Leopold. I imagine he must be quite old by now. He's my nephew, your grandfather's cousin." Harry was surprised. For some reason, he'd imagined the old man as a distant, minor relative, not someone who had grown up alongside his grandfather. "Why doesn't he live here, in the house?" "This place doesn't belong to him, but to your father, or rather to you," Henry said, pushing his glasses up his nose. "Besides, well, you see, he's a squib." That explained why he'd threatened Harry with a sword instead of drawing a wand. It might also explain why Harry had never heard of him. "So, because he's a squib, he doesn't count or something?" Henry looked uncomfortable. "Of course not. It's just, well, it's not exactly dome for a squib to inherit as head of house, especially when there's still a magical heir, even if they've not come of age. But Leopold loves his house," he added quickly. "He told me so. He's content. He doesn't need to live alone, in the big, empty manor." From their conversation the night before, Harry had got the impression Leopold was very attached to the manor, but he supposed that didn't contradict what his great-grandfather had said. "Say," Harry said, remembering something else Leopold had said, "was there a battle here or something?" Is that why the ceiling in the entrance hall collapsed? Yes, Henry Potter said, his expression darkening. Yes, something terrible happened here many years ago, but I was here, so I don't know exactly what happened. Best ask Leopold. Harry thanked his great-grandfather and left the study. He wasn't particularly keen on speaking to Leopold, especially after he'd called his mother a mudblood. But he also wasn't sure he wanted to go on not knowing what had happened, especially if it had anything to do with Voldemort. He returned to his father's room and picked up his firebolt. It had been nearly 2 days since he'd fled Privet Drive. He knew he couldn't stay much longer. A bitter voice inside told him probably no one had even noticed he was missing. But he reminded himself that if Dumbledore had sent people to watch over him, they'd likely discovered his absence by now. He'd stay just a little longer, he told himself. Go for a flight, get a sense of the place from outside, clear his head. And after that, he'd ask Billy to take him to the burrow. He stepped outside through the front doors into the courtyard, where the shattered stag statue stood. It was a bright, sunny day, perfect weather for Quidditch. He mounted his broomstick, a little regretful that he couldn't enjoy the skies with Ron and the twins, and took off. Only then did he realize how much he'd missed flying. He felt free, in control, as the ground dropped away beneath him. That was why he loved flying so much. Up here, no one could touch him. A strong wind lashed at him, making waves in the tall grass growing in every direction. For the first time, he saw the Potter family home in full and was struck by an eerie sense of déjà vu. It was an old, low, wide building that resembled a fortress more than anything else. The entire structure had been built around the entrance hall, which appeared to be the oldest part, made of grey stone, with a broad, low roof tiled with brown slate. Harry began to circle the house when movement below caught his eye. Leopold was limping toward him, shouting something Harry couldn't hear over the wind. He rolled his eyes and descended, thinking he really should have seen this coming. Just like your father, Leopold shouted as Harry touched the ground, his wrinkled face red. With those blasted brooms, do you want every Muggle in the area to see you flying, boy? Harry, unsure whether it was an insult to be compared to his father, replied calmly, There are Muggle-repelling charms here. Billy told me. He was tempted to add a snide comment about Leopold, probably not knowing much about such things because he was a squib, but held his tongue. She doesn't know what she's talking about, the old man huffed, now blushing more from embarrassment than anger. So I can't fly here? Harry asked, annoyed. Didn't you hear what I said? Leopold snapped. Where do you think you're going? Harry, who had started to head back inside, stopped and replied, Somewhere I can fly. Where? Leopold demanded. To a friend's house. You can't, the old man said, surprisingly without any anger. How will you get there? Billy will take me. She's not a night bus driver, lad. She doesn't give lifts. House elves can't leave their masters' homes unless it's a matter of life and death. Harry didn't want to admit it, but he thought Leopold might be right. He vaguely remembered Hermione explaining something about that once. Then I'll fly there. No, that's dangerous. What if someone sees you? If Harry hadn't known better, he'd have thought Leopold was looking for an excuse to make him stay. He was about to say he'd walk until he found a town and figure things out from there. But then it struck him. Maybe Leopold was looking for an excuse to make him stay. His face was stern, proud. But Harry imagined it must be very lonely living in that house all by oneself, without any family. Boredom's dangerous for a boy your age, Leopold grumbled. Come help me feed the owls. It wasn't the most tempting offer, but Harry agreed, if only out of respect for the elderly. As he followed Leopold through the tall grass, broomstick over his shoulder, he told himself anyone would agree he ought to stay just a little longer and keep his only living relative company. The walk to Leopold's house was not short. While the old man used his walking stick to push aside particularly tall weeds, Harry noticed what looked like enormous stone rings embedded in the earth, seemingly surrounding the whole house. The faint traces of magical runes could still be seen etched into the cracked stone, and for the first time, Harry regretted not signing up for ancient runes at Hogwarts. Leopold led Harry around the side of the house to the back garden, where a massive aviary stood, home to a dozen owls and barn owls. The cage was open, allowing the birds to come and go as they pleased, though most of them were sleeping. Harry spotted Hedwig snoozing peacefully between a large tawny owl and a tiny scarps owl. "Hey, what are you doing here?" he said to her, as she opened one eye and greeted him with a soft hoot. "That your owl?" Leopold asked, scooping owl feed from a barrel nearby. "She's clever, knows where to find food." Harry hummed in agreement, sensing that Leopold was making an effort to be kind to him, and that it didn't come naturally. He propped the firebolt against the wall near the back door and stepped in to help. They fed the birds, changed the water in the bowls, and cleaned the cage. Afterwards, Harry watched as Leopold trained the owls to understand who each letter they carried was meant for and how to find the recipient. Harry had to admit it was rather interesting. Then they went inside through the back door, which opened straight into the kitchen. Leopold ordered Harry to sit at the table and set before him a loaf of bread, butter, sausage, and cheese. Harry tried to say he already had breakfast, but Leopold would hear none of it, claiming that if Harry didn't eat, he'd stay short forever. Harry tried not to take offense at the comment about his height and to appreciate that his relative was trying to look after him in his own way. Aunt Petunia had never commented on his height, but she had also never gone out of her way to feed him, either. For a while, Leopold continued talking about his owls, but eventually the topic dried up and they fell into silence. While he ate, Harry noticed a copy of Thedely Prophet in the bin, so he asked, "Anything interesting in the paper?" "Just the usual drivel," Leopold grunted. "Stuffing people's heads with nonsense so they won't notice that he, who must not be named, is back. In my day, Thedely Prophet had a reputation. It wasn't the minister for magic's pet." "That's what I think, too," Harry said. It angered him that the paper wasn't reporting Voldemort's return. "I don't know what the ministry thinks it's doing," Leopold continued fervently. Harry guessed he usually had no one to share his thoughts with except the owls. It was obvious he'd come back eventually. What do they think, that a baby could kill a wizard like him? Have they forgotten the horrors he unleashed? "Exactly," Harry agreed eagerly. "That's what I always say. Everyone loves to think there's something special about me, but I didn't do anything. It was my mum." Leopold grimaced slightly, and Harry added, "I still haven't forgiven you for calling her a mudblood." Leopold muttered something under his breath and went to make tea. "James never cared about rules," he said suddenly, after a long pause. "I've nothing against your mother, boy. But when your father chose love over tradition, he brought an end to one of the greatest wizarding lines that ever existed." "What, so I don't count?" Harry said, hurt. "Not everything's about you," Leopold snapped. Then, trying to soften his tone, he continued, "Your father was ungrateful. You must understand that." "Don't interrupt," he said, as Harry opened his mouth to defend his father. "Listen to what I have to say. For years your grandparents believed the Potter line had ended. They tried for a child, but they grew older and it never happened. Then, when your grandfather had made peace with it all being over, your grandmother found out she was pregnant. The pregnancy was difficult. She was nearly 50, but eventually James was born. His parents loved him more than anything. Everyone did. They were so grateful he'd been born that inevitably he was a very spoiled child." The way Leopold described Harry's father didn't sit well with him at all, but he stayed quiet, listening. He thought no rule applied to him. He did whatever he pleased, and his parents struggled to tell him no. That behavior carried on at school. They tried to teach him discipline, but in the end, they always gave in. After all, he was their heir. When Euphemia passed away, it seemed like he finally grew up, but it turned out to be a double-edged sword. He got involved in the fight against the Dark Lord, who by then wasn't even being challenged by the ministry. Fleamont warned him not to interfere. He warned him that many wizarding families depended on theirs, that the name Potter carried weight, that it was important to resist the dark arts, yes, but he needed to remember he wasn't just any wizard. There were other ways to resist, but none of that mattered to James. He just wanted to fight. The kettle began to whistle. Leopold fell silent and poured the tea. Harry waited anxiously for him to continue. One night, he and his wife were in danger, Leopold said quietly, the steam from the tea curling around his wrinkled face. Death Eaters were on their trail, and his wife was going into labor, so he brought her here. Harry could see it as if he were there himself, watching from the sidelines. He saw his father in the entrance hall, beneath the stag banner, carrying Harry's mother in his arms. He saw her crying out in pain, clutching her stomach. She was about to give birth to him. "What happened then?" he asked tensely. "What do you think happened?" Leopold replied bitterly. "The Death Eaters came, followed by he who must not be named himself. James and Fleamont fought them off. Fleamont was killed, and you were born. Life is strange like that." Harry didn't know what to say. But that's not the worst of it. The truly terrible thing is that when your father led the Death Eaters here, the protection runes were broken. They didn't just protect this house. They shielded the homes of many wizarding families loyal to the Potters. I'll spare you the details of their fates, but let's just say most of the houses around here stand empty now. A dark expression passed over Leopold's face. That's why I say your father was ungrateful. Until that night, the Potters were the last of the ancient families not to join the Dark Lord and not to fall to the war, the last stronghold of resistance, thanks to your grandfather's wisdom. Your father was meant to inherit that, to carry it on. That's all Fleamont ever wanted, but he destroyed everything he built. He's responsible for his father's death and the deaths of the witches and wizards he was meant to protect. Harry shook his head, for some reason unable to speak. Leopold was wrong. His father had wanted to do the right thing. What else was he meant to do? Sit in his big house and watch Voldemort murder people? Don't argue, boy. He's also to blame for what happened to you and your mother. He might as well have cast the killing curse on her himself. He ruined your life before it had even begun. That's not true, Harry shouted, jumping to his feet. He wasn't going to accept that. His father wasn't to blame. It was Voldemort's fault, his and his alone. Think what you like, Leopold growled, his tone final. Harry felt a fresh wave of resentment toward his elderly relative. It was easy to blame someone who wasn't around to defend his actions. "Thanks for the food," he said shortly, and turned to the back door. "You didn't drink your tea. Where are you going?" "I can't stay here," Harry said. Now that even his new refuge was tainted by death, he didn't want to stay. A rusty bell, hanging above the fireplace, suddenly began to ring. "Someone's coming," Leopold said, springing to his feet with surprising speed and grabbing his dueling sword from beside the hearth. "What? Who?" But Harry already knew. "The Dark Lord traced you here," Leopold said urgently, shoving a bewildered Harry through the back door. "You must leave now." "No, that's not possible," Harry interjected loudly, more to himself than to Leopold, not willing to accept what was happening. He couldn't see anyone outside, but somehow he knew they weren't alone anymore. "It's not only possible, it's likely," Leopold replied even louder, yanking Harry by the arm forcefully. "What did you think? Thath wasn't watching your every step. He's the Dark Lord. Did you really think you could hide from him?" These words struck Harry like a slap across the... No, there was no way. How could Voldemort have known his location? Leopold took a quick look around his backyard. "Yes, finally, those brooms are good for something. Fly until you see the ocean, then keep it on your left until you reach Ottery St. Catchpole. There are wizarding families there who will help you." There was a crack. A wizard appeared in the field a few dozen meters from Leopold's house. He wore an ordinary set of wizarding robes, no hood, but a silver mask concealed his identity. The form was much less frightening in full daylight. in comparison to the dark graveyard in June, but Harry had no doubt what he was. The strange wizard sent a curse flying. It struck the owl cage. The terrified owls burst out in a panic, but Hedwig didn't flee with the others. She swooped at the Death Eater, talons outstretched. He shouted in pain and raised his arms to protect his face. Another loud crack sounded from beyond the hedgerow, and a jet of light shot through the air, scorching the corner of the house. The ground shuddered with the impact. Another masked figure stepped through the smoke and ruin, wand raised. Leopold drew his dueling sword in a single smooth motion, the steel glinting in the light as he held it defensively in front of him, ready to fight off the intruders with his bare hands. Harry grabbed his broom, which was leaning against the owl cage, when a force slammed into his back. He hit the ground hard, the breath knocked from his lungs. An invisible, oppressive force began dragging him backwards through the damp grass. The helplessness, the smell of the grass. It took him straight back to the graveyard in June, and he was seized with unspeakable horror. He thrashed wildly, scraping his elbows and knees as he was dragged towards the wand-wielding Death Eater standing by the hedgerow. He struggled to reach his wand in his pocket. The Death Eater was muttering under his breath, tugging at the invisible ropes impatiently as Harry came within reach. "You're coming with me, boy," a hoarse voice muttered from beneath the mask. Harry twisted, kicked, and caught the man in the knee. The Death Eater swore, losing concentration on the spell for a split second, just enough. Harry twisted again and rolled free, scrambling across the grass towards his broom. He heard someone shout a curse and rolled, avoiding it by pure instinct. He grabbed his firebolt and immediately felt safer. The polished wood was warm to the touch and vibrating slightly, like a friendly hand outstretched to pull him away from the battlefield. Leopold slashed at the Death Eater who had tried to drag Harry away, forcing the man to step back. Hedwig was still attacking the first Death Eater, who was firing curses in all directions in a frantic attempt to hit her. Harry took advantage of the distraction, mounted his broom, and took off. From above, he saw that the two Death Eaters hadn't come alone. More wizards were moving through the fields, disappearing and reappearing, closing in on Leopold's house like a pack of wolves. Harry hesitated. "Go," Leopold bellowed from below, waving his sword. "Get out of here, you stupid boy." A stunning spell whizzed past Harry's elbow. He couldn't leave Leopold behind, but the Death Eaters wanted him, not Leopold. "Hi," he shouted loudly. His voice carried across the open field. Half a dozen silver-masked faces turned to look up at him. "What are you doing?" Leopold screamed. Harry ignored him. "Want me? Come and get me." Harry leaned into his broom and flew off at top speed. He looked back, half hoping and half dreading that the Death Eaters were following. Leaving behind the house where he'd been born, he soared into the sky, his heart full of guilt and rage.